Beneath our feet lie riddles older than empire's forgotten machines, poisoned wines, whispered spells, etched in clay. From tombs carved into mountainsides to automatons powered by steam, these are not myths, they're real. And no one, not even the experts, can fully explain them. These are the ancient mysteries they still can't solve. So buckle up, because we're digging into the 25 strangest, darkest, and most mind-bending enigmas that history left behind. And trust us, the past isn't just dead, it's unfinished. Before we dive headfirst into the ancient unknown, hit that subscribe button because this rabbit hole goes deep. And while you're at it, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Midnight in Tokyo? Lunch break in Toronto? We want to know who's out there unraveling the past with us. The ancient city of Gordian's tumuli, burial rituals. In the middle of Anatolia, where dry grasslands roll out like a browned sea and the wind smells faintly of copper and dust, sits a ghost city made of earth, not stone, not marble, earth. Gordian, capital of the ancient Phrygians. A kingdom so obscure that even their language still puzzles scholars, yet their name rings like a bell across the annals of classical history thanks to one knot. Yes, that knot. The one Alexander the Great sliced open like a man too busy for puzzles. But that's not the mystery we're here for. We're digging a little deeper. Literally. Scattered across the plains surrounding Gordian are mounds, massive ones, quiet domes of soil and rock called tumuli, a mausoleum for someone once considered worth burying under a small hill. Some are humble. Others, the size of modern apartment buildings, towering over the terrain like sleeping giants. There's one in particular, 300 feet wide and 50 feet high. Inside it, a wooden chamber older than the Parthenon, a chamber that held a man so revered, the earth itself was piled skyward to mark his eternal bed. His name? We don't actually know, but many call him Midas. Yes, that Midas. And here's the thing. We still don't know how they built it. Or, more importantly, why they buried their dead in this way on such a grand scale, with rituals so elaborate, and chambers so masterfully constructed that the wood has survived for nearly 3 millennia without rotting into mulch. Let's crack open this mystery. The tumuli of Gordian date from the 9th to the 6th centuries BCE, a span of time in which Phrygia went from powerful to pulverized, conquered, reborn, and conquered again. But the burial mounds remained. Silent and sacrosanct. Archaeologists have identified over 100 tumuli near Gordian, each one different. Some contain elite men, others women, children, or entire groups. Their contents suggest social complexity, high craftsmanship, and most curious rituals. Rituals that don't fit into the expected blueprint of Iron Age Anatolia. Start with the biggest, Tumulus MM, Midas Mound. Excavated in the 1950s, its wooden chamber was found intact under tons of rock and clay. What the archaeologists saw when they entered looked like the aftermath of a feast. Wooden furniture tables and stools stood arranged in rows. Bronze vessels scattered the chamber, and in the center, a coffin. Inside, a man in his 60s, laid out in full regalia. Around him, the remains of a funerary banquet. Yes, they ate in the tomb. Or more accurately, they brought the remnants of the final feast into the grave, like echoes of a goodbye party that got a little too real. And here's where things get weird. Chemical analysis of the residue in those bronze vessels revealed something stunning. A complex cocktail of barley beer, honey mead, and wine spiced with herbs. A triple fermented funeral drink. Ancient mixology at its finest. But was this man actually Midas? The timeline is hazy. If the mound dates to around 740 BCE, and the Midas most people think of lived later, it could have been his father. or another elite doesn't really matter. What matters is what this burial tells us about Phrygian beliefs. Or rather, how little it tells us, because the written record is mostly non-existent. Phrygian inscriptions are rare, short, and largely undeciphered. The culture left behind precious few clues. What we know comes from what's buried, not what's written. And what's buried suggests something both deeply sacred and strangely theatrical. Take the body arrangements. In some tumuli, the dead are placed in seated positions, staring into the void like they're attending an eternal board meeting. Others are stretched out, wrapped in linen, adorned with bronze fibulae and belts. And then there's the chamber construction. The engineering is astonishing. Thick pine beams, interlocking notches, double-walled insulation techniques way ahead of their time. Here's a fun fact. The logs used in Tumulus MM were carbon-dated and came from trees felled in winter, meaning they were chopped down deliberately, not from stormfall. Someone planned this. This wasn't a burial. It was a performance. The kind that takes months of preparation, a small army of workers, and a belief system so intricate that it demanded architecture, chemistry, and choreography. And yet there's no known priesthood. No scriptures, no statues of gods, just tumuli and their contents whispering half-truths. So what were the Phrygians really doing? Some scholars believe the mounds acted as territory markers, bold statements that a king lies here and this land is his, even in death. Others argue they were stages for ancestor worship, where the spirit of the dead continued to receive offerings. Still others point to Indo-European parallel-ski burials, cult feasts, hero cults. But nothing lines up exactly. For one, these tombs were sealed, not the kind you revisit with food offerings. No doors, no pathways, just sealed wood, stone, and silence. And yet traces of burning near some tumuli suggest rituals continued on the outside, pyres, libations, music. One theory proposes that these mounds served as both tombs and theaters, spaces where the funeral became a ritual drama, performed once, then buried forever, a kind of one night, only divine premiere. And the audience? Everyone's still living. The Phrygians may have believed in a kind of resurrection, symbolic or spiritual. One scholar even suggested the placement of vessels and food in the tomb was meant to sustain the dead during their journey to another world, or to empower them as ancestral protectors. But again, we don't really know. Every explanation leaves gaps. Every theory contradicts another. And then there's the geographic clustering. Why Gordian? Why here? The tumuli are packed into a tight radius around the city. That's not normal. In other ancient cultures, elite burials are spread across large necropolises. Here, it's tight, intentional. Some think it was a way to show continuity, a royal lineage built literally on the shoulders of its dead. Others think the mounds had spiritual significance themselves, becoming landscape deities in their own right. One final twist. Later cultures in Anatolia, including the Lydians and the Persians, began mimicking the tumulus style. But their versions lack the same complexity. The Phrygians weren't copying anyone, they were setting the standard. And we still don't know where they got the idea. So what do we have? A society that buried its elite under hills, that engineered airtight wooden chambers without modern tools, that prepared feasts inside tombs, that brewed 3 alcohol cocktails before funerals, that wrote little, sculpted less, but built monuments of silence that still loom over the Anatolian plains like forgotten gods. And yet, with all our satellite imaging, excavation tools, and residue analysis, the core questions remain. Why this form of burial? Why the scale? Why the secrecy? And who was the man under the largest mound? Midas? His father? A forgotten king? We may never know. All we have is earth, and a question mark shaped like a hill. But while the Phrygians left us with more mystery than memory, the ancient world isn't done playing coy. Because just over the horizon, another civilization was digging deep not into soil, but into lead, encasing their dead in something so cold, so heavy, and so permanent, it makes tumuli look like poetry. Lead, coffins, Rome. Let's crack it open. The Roman, lead coffin burial practices, regional variation. Let's pivot from the grassy plains of Phrygia to the sprawling empire of Rome, from wooden chambers and earthen mounds to cold metallic silence, from ritual drama to industrial death. Imagine this. A corpse, wrapped in linen or wool, maybe dressed in their finest tunic, gold jewelry still glinting, a coin under the tongue, or in the mouth payment for Charon, the ferryman. But instead of being laid into a stone sarcophagus or simple cremation pyre, the body is inserted into a coffin made of lead, a sealed heavy box of elemental finality. Lead, dense, poisonous, eternal. It's not the most romantic afterlife vehicle. But in the Roman world, for reasons we still don't fully understand, it was used, sometimes lavishly, sometimes cheaply, and always enigmatically. Because here's the mystery. The use of lead coffins in the Roman Empire wasn't consistent. It wasn't class-based. It wasn't religious. It wasn't even regional in a logical way. It was erratic, scattered, and bizarre. They show up in Britain, in North Africa, in southern France, in parts of Italy and the Levant. And then, gaps. Whole swaths of the empire with zero evidence of the practice. No lead coffins in Rome proper, for example, or in major eastern cities like Antioch or Alexandria. You'd think the heart of the empire would lead the trend, but not these coffins bloom on the periphery. And they come in many forms. Some are plain, a long rectangular box with a tight-fitting lid, sealed with molten lead or rolled edges. Others are elaborated, decorated with geometric patterns, inscriptions, even portrait busts stamped into the metal. Some have molded faces on the lid, staring blankly into eternity. One found in Britain had a Latin inscription invoking eternal peace. Another, in Tunisia, was lined with gold foil on the inside. One in Syria had iron clamps reinforcing the corners, as if its occupant might try to claw their way back out. No one knows exactly why lead. It's an expensive material, difficult to shape, toxic to work with. Yet it was chosen, again and again, for reasons that remain unclear. Let's try to understand the context. In the Roman world, burial practices were as diverse as its territories. Cremation dominated in early imperial Rome, but inhumation burial of the body grew in popularity from the 2nd century CE onward, especially with the rise of Christianity. Wealthy Romans might choose marble sarcophagi, often elaborately carved. The poor were interred in plain wooden coffins or shrouds. In between, a spectrum of methods: tile, covered burials, amphora burials, even mummification. So where does lead fit in? Well, that's the problem. It doesn't. There is no coherent pattern, no standard ritual, no unifying doctrine. Some lead coffins contain pagans, some Christians, some Jews, some children, some elders, some wealthy, others seemingly lower class. The randomness is maddening. In Roman Britain alone, over 200 lead coffins have been found. They're clustered around urban centers like London and York, and often appear in late Roman contexts, roughly 3rd to 4th century CE. Yet across the Channel, in Gaul, the practice barely registers. Then suddenly dozens show up in southern France. One villa in Nimes yielded 4 lead burials side by side, all with different inscriptions and symbols, and further east, in the Levant, the style changes completely. There, the coffins are more box-like, lined with textiles, often buried in rock-cut tombs. This isn't a fashion. It's a cipher. Some archaeologists propose that lead coffins were a kind of status symbol, a literal weight to the grave. Look how rich I am, I can afford to waste metal on death. But that theory breaks down when we consider the inconsistencies. Lead wasn't always scarce. In fact, the Roman economy was flooded with it, especially from mines in Spain and Britain. It was used in pipes, roofs, ship hulls, and even makeup. Yes, Romans smeared it on their faces. It didn't end well. So maybe lead coffins weren't about wealth. Maybe they were about fear. Let's talk about contamination. Lead is nearly indestructible in soil. It doesn't rot, it doesn't burn, it doesn't decay. If you wanted to ensure that a body stayed untouched, unmolested, sealed off from the corruption of the world, or the world from the corruption of the body, lead is a fortress. That opens up a darker possibility. These burials were defensive. Think about it. In Roman culture, the boundary between life and death was thin. Ghosts were real. Spirits lingered. Tombs were often marked with warnings. Do not disturb. I am watching. Touch this grave and may the gods tear your tongue out. Cheery stuff. So what if lead coffins were designed to contain not just a corpse, but a soul? To imprison it. Maybe the lead wasn't about preservation, but containment, a spiritual quarantine. Some scholars point to this when analyzing lead burials with multiple layers. In some cases, a body was placed in a wooden coffin, which was then inserted into a lead one, which was then placed in a stone sarcophagus, and finally buried in a sealed vault. That's not burial. That's entombment. Who were these people? Were they feared in life? Criminals? Heretics? Magicians? Or beloved? Sacred? Holy figures so revered that nothing less than lead could be trusted to guard them. In some Christian contexts, lead coffins are associated with saints or martyrs. But again, it's inconsistent. Many are secular, some even pagan, and the Christian burials often lack iconography. No crosses, no fish, just metal, cold and blank. And then there's the science. When researchers opened some of these lead coffins, what they found was unsettling. Perfectly preserved corpses, flesh intact, hair undisturbed, eyes still in their sockets, centuries after burial. Lead, it turns out, is a pretty good preservative. But the results were not always clean. In one infamous case, a lead coffin opened in London in the 1980s released a noxious gas that made several team members ill. The body inside had liquefied, turned to a greenish soup of human and metal. Another, in Tunisia, revealed a skeleton fused with its jewelry, metal on metal, bone turned to chalk. What does that do to the concept of death? When a corpse doesn't rot, does it ever really leave? Let's return to the geographic weirdness. Lead coffins appear in frontier zones: Britain, Syria, North Africa, places where Roman identity was in flux, where local beliefs merged with imperial ones, where the dead didn't just die, they lingered. Could it be that the lead coffin was a syncretic object? A compromise between Roman formality and local superstition? A way to honor Roman burial customs while protecting against indigenous fears? Or maybe it was something more bureaucratic. Some lead coffins bear the stamps of foundries. Yes, industrial stamps, like they were prefabricated, ordered, shipped, installed. Imagine it, a catalog of death. Model 68 engraved lid, child, size, with optional iron clasps. Was there a market for this? A supply chain? Did funeral directors push lead the way, modern ones push mahogany? We don't know. The paperwork, if it existed, is gone. But the coffins remain. Heavy, silent, and utterly enigmatic. Even modern archaeologists dread them. Lead coffins are notoriously hard to excavate. They weigh hundreds of pounds, their lids often sealed with molten lead, requiring industrial tools to pry open. And the risk of contamination, biological and toxic, is high. They sit in museums, unopened, in vaults, in labs. Some are too dangerous to display, others too sacred to disturb. And some simply too strange. There's one in Israel, dated to the 3rd century CE, decorated with Greek inscriptions and Egyptian symbols. Another, found in Lebanon, contained a child's skeleton surrounded by tiny glass bottle sanguines, toys, poisons. And in Britain, a woman buried with a lead mask over her face, not a covering, a molded replica, a death mask of metal, no name, no marker, just lead. What does that say about how Romans thought of death? Not as an end, clearly, but a transformation. One worth sealing, weighing down, rendering immortal in the most unnatural way. And maybe that's the point. Because unlike the tumuli of Phrygia built to rise, to be seen, to connect heaven and earth, these burials hide, they sink, they disappear, they don't proclaim, they vanish. What they protect, or what they fear, is still up for debate. But as the centuries passed and the empire fractured, the practice of lead burial faded, vanished by the 5th century, replaced by stone, earth, fire. The lead coffins remained underground, forgotten until rediscovery. No one remembered why they were made, only that they were. And yet their presence lingers, heavy and unresolved. Because if the Romans were sealing something away with lead, the real question isn't what it was. It's whether it stayed sealed. But we're not done with the ancients and their intimate, inventive relationships with death just yet. Because while Rome built coffins out of poison, the Egyptians did something even more precise. They didn't just bury their organs. They preserved them. Perfectly. And no one today, not even with a lab, a microscope, and a PhD can figure out exactly how. If your brain's already spinning from lead coffins and regional burial secrets, you're gonna want to stick around because we're just getting started. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what's coming next. And hey, while you're here, tell us in the comments, where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? We're building a timeline of time zones, one mystery at a time. The ancient Egyptian canopic jars, organ embalming methods. The Egyptians didn't just bury their dead, they engineered them. And when it came to death, the Egyptians were not casual observers, they were connoisseurs, architects of the afterlife. For over 3,000 years, they buried bodies with a level of devotion, precision, and creative obsession that bordered on the divine. And at the center of this obsession, before the pyramids, before the Book of the Dead, before the golden masks, were the organs. Your liver, your lungs, your stomach, your intestines. Removed, cleaned, embalmed, and then stored in miniature tombs of their own. Canopic jars. Little stone sentinels that held the soft and slippery essence of a person, designed not just to preserve flesh, but to protect the very idea of self. These weren't mere containers. They were magical vaults, each guarded by a god. Hapi, duamutef, imseti, kebehesenwef. The 4 sons of Horus, each assigned a jar, each responsible for a specific organ, and each tasked with a singular mission: make sure this person gets to the afterlife in one piece, even if that piece was sitting in a jar half a tomb away from the body. And here's the kicker. Despite all we know, despite thousands of mummies, millions of hieroglyphs, and entire museum wings full of embalming equipment, we still don't know how they did it. Not completely. The Egyptians perfected a technique for preserving human organs so well that some, pulled from jars over 3,000 years old, still retain traces of structure, color, even cellular detail. Some contain blood vessels, tissue fibers, residue that fluoresces under UV light. It's not just remarkable, it's baffling. Because while we have countless recipes for mummification, some scrawled in ancient manuals, others reconstructed by modern chemists, the exact methods used to embalm the internal organs and prepare them for canopic storage remain a mystery. Let's back up. The canopic jars first appeared in the Old Kingdom, around the 5th dynasty, but became standardized in the Middle Kingdom. By the time of the New Kingdom, the Golden Age of Egypt, the jars had names, shapes, and sacred assignments. The stomach went to Duamutef, whose jar bore the head of a jackal, the intestines to Kebesenuef, with a falcon's head, the lungs to Hapi, with a baboon's head, the liver to Mseti, the human-headed one. The heart, contrary to popular belief, was not usually placed in a jar. It was left in the body or attempted to be because it was considered the seat of intelligence and emotion. The brain, often discarded. Apparently, it wasn't considered crucial. Go figure. But these jars weren't just symbolic. They were functional. The organs inside had to be preserved for eternity. Because in the afterlife, the body wasn't just resurrected, it was used. The soul needed working parts, a mobile chassis. And if something went wrong, if your liver was missing, say you weren't getting past the gate. So, the priests embalmed them. But how? The standard process for mummification is well known. Evisceration. Desiccation with nitrona mixture of sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate, with a pinch of table salt and soda ash. Stuff the body with resin-soaked linens. Let it dry. Then wrap it tighter than a 5-star burrito. But the organs were delicate, soft, full of moisture, prone to rot. Somehow, the embalmers preserved them to such a degree that modern forensic pathologists can still identify medical conditions, parasitic infections, liver flukes, lung lesions. One set of lungs found in a canopic jar still showed signs of tuberculosis. Another had been stained red, possibly with hematite, possibly with wine, possibly with something else. What was in that embalming mixture? That's the mystery. Because it wasn't just natron. Analysis of jar residues has revealed a complex stew of chemicals: resins, tree oils, beeswax, bitumen, myrrh, cinnamon, juniper, cedar oil, and unidentifiable fatty acids. Some of these substances came from as far away as India or Somalia. Imports. Ingredients that cross deserts and seas to end up in your intestines. Which raises a question. Were the Egyptians just using whatever smelled nice, whatever slowed decay? Or did they understand the biochemical properties of these substances? Did they, in other words, have an early grasp of antiseptics? Some scholars argue yes. The priests didn't just want to mask the smell, they wanted to neutralize the rot. Myrrh and frankincense have antimicrobial properties. So does cedar oil. Beeswax is hydrophobic, repels water, and acts as a sealant. These weren't random additions, they were calculated. But the exact ratios? Gone. No embalmer's manual survives with precise measurements. The recipes vary wildly between tombs. Some organs were dried and wrapped, others soaked in resin. Still others packed in natron and layered in oil. The technique wasn't standardized. It was artisanal, customized, intuitive. Which brings us to a disturbing thought. Maybe the knowledge was never written down. Maybe it was passed from hand to hand like a trade secret, guarded, whispered, memorized. Embalmers were not your average laborers. They were temple workers, sacred technicians, and their work was done out of sight, often at night, in special embalming houses that have rarely survived. Even when tombs were labeled, "This is where the embalmers worked," what we find inside is fragmentary. Broken jars, bone fragments, splattered resin. It's like trying to reconstruct a recipe from an exploded kitchen. And the jars themselves? Masterpieces of mystery. Some are limestone, others alabaster, still others pottery. The shapes vary, but the symbolism is consistent. 4 jars, 4 gods, 4 directions, a microcosm of the cosmos. Even the placement in the tomb was ritualistic, each jar set in a cardinal direction facing its corresponding quadrant of the sky. Protection was everything. Some jars were bound in linen, others wrapped in gold foil. Some had amulets tied around their neck scarabs, eyes of Horus, tiny ankhs. In later periods, the organs weren't even removed. They were embalmed inside the body, and dummy jars were placed in the tomb instead. A symbolic gesture, a nod to tradition in a world that was changing. But in the Golden Age, the real organs went in, and what modern scientists have discovered is wild. In 2011, a team analyzing residue in canopic jars using gas chromatography mass spectrometry found traces of palm wine, not just on the organs, but inside the jars. Palm wine was used as an internal cleanser poured into the body cavity after evisceration, sloshed around like a ritual rinse, then drained. It killed bacteria, masked smell, and sanctified the process. Think about that. The ancient Egyptians were performing internal sterilization 3,000 years before germ theory. Another find revealed the use of conifer resins with high levels of antimicrobial terpenes. Terpenes are what give pine trees their sharp smell and, apparently, their preservative power. When combined with beeswax, these resins formed a sort of embalming paste, thick, aromatic, and deadly to decay. But no 2 jars are the same. Some organs are practically mummified dry, desiccated, rubbery. Others are tarred with resin, others soaked in oily substances, still wet when the jar was opened. Some contain linen bundles instead of actual tissue. A few, shockingly, were empty, placeholder jars, no organ inside. Why? We don't know. Was the organ forgotten? Decayed? Offered in another ritual? Or was the jar symbolic? Sometimes, it seems, the ritual mattered more than the substance. And that's the heart of the mystery. The Egyptians didn't think like we do. To them, preservation was magic. Chemistry was ritual. The line between the physical and spiritual was porous. The organ wasn't just a lump of meat, it was a vessel of power, memory, and destiny. And the jar? A house for that power. Some even believe that the jars were animate. Not alive, per se, but aware, charged with divine force. Inscriptions on the jars often include protective spells, calls to the gods, or threats against tomb robbers. May Duamutef strike down those who harm this vessel. Not metaphorically, literally. The jars weren't just for storage. They were guardians. And the embalmers? Alchemists. Turning death into stasis, meat into eternity. And yet, despite all this care, despite 3,000 years of perfection, we lost the recipe, the real one, the one that made the difference between a well-preserved liver and a rotting mess. We can guess, we can test, but we can't replicate it. Not exactly. Even modern mummification experiments, yes, those exist, struggle to match the results seen in New Kingdom canopic jars. The tissue either desiccates too fast or rots too soon. The balance of salts and resins, temperature and timing, airflow and humidity, somehow, the Egyptians mastered it. Without thermometers, without microscopes, without formaldehyde. Just trial, error, and faith. And maybe that's why we'll never fully crack it. Because it wasn't just about technique. It was about belief. The embalmers weren't following instructions. They were enacting a ritual, a performance for the gods, a sacred routine passed through generations. Maybe they didn't understand why it worked, only that it did. And maybe the gods did the rest. But the mystery of the canopic jars isn't just in their contents. It's in their silence. 4 jars, 4 gods, 4 tiny vaults of preserved flesh. And no one left behind the formula. Only the smell of pine, the shimmer of wax, and the question, how? And while we scratch our heads, test our theories, and stare into jars full of 1,000-year-old guts, the ancients are smirking somewhere, knowing that the afterlife isn't just a destination, it's a puzzle box. And speaking of puzzles, the Greeks had one too. Not in flesh, not in organs, but in color. A glaze so vivid it still pops today. A secret recipe lost to time, fire, and conquest. And nobody, not even the best ceramicists on earth, has been able to reproduce it exactly. The lost knowledge of ancient Greek ceramic glaze durability. They say the ancients lived in a world of dust and stone, earth-toned, washed out, colorless. But that's a lie told by erosion. The real ancient world was painted. Walls, statues, weapons, clothes, skin, eyes, and God's everything glowed. Everything shimmered. And nowhere was this more vividly apparent than on the ceramics of ancient Greece. You've seen them. Museum vitrines full of black figure and red figure, pottery craters, kylixes, amphoretheses, curved silhouettes that look like they were designed by a perfectionist with a thing for math and gods. And the glazes? Still radiant, still jet black, still glassy and whole after over 2,000 years of burial, warfare, transport, theft, handling, and environmental abuse. These things have no right to look that good. Modern ceramics mass-produced, industrial, sometimes keyline-fired with computer-controlled thermodynamics, don't hold up half as well. They fade. Chip, spiderweb, into little fracture maps. But ancient Greek pottery? It laughs at entropy. And here's where the mystery thickens. We don't know exactly how they made that glaze. Not just the pigment, not just the silhouette style. The actual chemical process that made their pottery so freakishly durable, waterproof, and resistant to weathering has been lost. We have the fragments, the surviving shards, the archaeological reports, the art historians nodding wisely over black figure Heracles wrestling a lion. But the process? The exact method for creating the intense obsidian black gloss of Attic pottery? Still unreplicated. Let's unpack that. The ancient Greeks didn't glaze pottery in the way we do today. They didn't dip their pots into vats of colored glass slurry and fire them at precise temperatures. Their method was more alchemical, more elemental. They took fine clavery, fine, like powdered silk, and suspended it in water. This slip was applied over the shaped and dried pot. But that's not the glaze, not yet. The magic happened in the firing. The Greeks used a 3-phase firing process in a wood-fired kiln, an unforgiving, open-mouthed dragon of a furnace that required constant attention and an intuitive grasp of atmospheric chemistry. Step 1. Oxidation. The kiln is brought up to about 800 degrees Celsius, around 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen is plentiful. The iron in the clay oxidizes. Everything turns red. That's the base tone. That's the ceramic blushing under the heat. Step 2. Reduction. The air is cut off. Damp wood is tossed in. Oxygen plummets. The atmosphere inside the kiln becomes reducing. The iron oxide, Fe.O3, in the slip is chemically transformed into magnetite, Fe3.O core, a black compound. The surface tightens. Sintering begins. This is where the slip vitrifies. It turns glossy, glass-like, but only the slip. The rest of the pot remains matte. Step 3. Reoxidation. Air is reintroduced. The parts of the pot not covered in slip reoxidize, return to red. But the slip, now vitrified, resists the oxygen and stays black. This is how you get those stark red on black or black on red contrasts that look like two-dimensional theater stills frozen in time. Easy to describe, impossible to perfect. Modern potters have tried. Oh, how they've tried. They've built replicas of Greek kilns, recreated the three-stage firing cycle, used natural clays from the same regions as ancient Athens. Some even dug their own slip materials from old Greek quarry sites. And the results? Close, but not perfect. Sometimes the black isn't quite black enough. It's brownish or gray. Sometimes it's too shiny. Sometimes too dull. Sometimes the pot cracks or the color bleeds. And most importantly, none of it has matched the long-term durability of the originals. Why? Because we're missing something. Something about the precise mineral content of the clay. Something about the particle size. Something about the airflow in the kiln. The wood used, the humidity, the timing, maybe even the sound of the fire. Yes, the sound. Ancient potters didn't have thermometers. They didn't have timers. They listened. They watched. They knew what the right flame sounded like, smelled like, looked like through the spy hole. They knew when to seal the vent, when to stoke the coals, when to let the oxygen back in. They worked by ritual, intuition, muscle memory burned into the body over years of repetition, and somewhere in that, we lost the thread. Here's a fun wrinkle. Not all black figure pottery was made equal. The best stuff came from Attica, specifically Athens. The clay there was unusually rich in iron and low in calcium. That matters. The iron is what creates the red and black tones. The low calcium prevents fluxing chemical melting of the surface at lower temps. Athenian potters, whether they knew the chemistry or not, knew the clay. They also added secret ingredients. What kind? Nobody's sure. Microscopic analysis has found traces of organic compounds in some slips, possibly animal glue, casein, maybe even grape must or urine. Yes, pottery history is glamorous. These additives may have helped bind the clay particles or affected the reduction chemistry during firing. But even if we knew the exact ingredients, we're still left with a problem. The kiln. Ancient Greek kilns were brick-lined, dome-shaped, multi-chambered beasts. They operated under wildly inconsistent conditions. Temperature swings, localized hotspots, ash infiltration. You had to work with the chaos, not against it. Modern kilns, precise, clean, electric, don't replicate the same dance. They're surgical. Greek kilns were jazz. Now, consider this. The durability of the glaze isn't just about the chemical composition. It's about how deeply it fused into the ceramic body. In some sherds, the vitrified black slip has penetrated the surface microns deep. It doesn't just sit on top. It's part of the pot, like a tattoo instead of body paint. Modern reproductions? Often too surface level, too brittle. They flake. Ancient pottery doesn't. This is more than aesthetics. This is materials science. Attic pottery is freakishly weather-resistant. Jars pulled from shipwrecks, tombs, and wells show minimal decay. You can leave one out in the rain, buried in soil, soaked in salt water, and it still holds its color, still feels like obsidian under the fingers. It wasn't just made to be pretty. It was made to last. But why? Here's the strange part. Greek pottery wasn't high art. Not originally. It was functional, domestic. Storage jars, wine cups, oil flasks, used in daily life. And yet, they made them with a level of care and durability that feels absurdly unnecessary. Why make a wine cup that survives 2 millennia when the wine's gone in one night? Because beauty wasn't optional. It was the baseline. Even the mundane was sacred. This attitude explains a lot about Greek art. The repetition, the obsession with symmetry, the mathematical ratios. The gods weren't in heaven, they were in the craftsmanship. To make something imperfect was to insult the cosmos, to cheat the viewer, to cheat yourself. And so, they refined. They tested. They watched flames like oracles. And somewhere in that sacred repetition, they created a process that we modern, scientific, tech-obsessed we still can't fully explain. It wasn't just glaze. It was a ritual. And like all rituals, it was eventually broken. By the 4th century BCE, as Hellenistic styles took over and mass production increased, the quality dropped. The black glaze became more brittle, the designs more generic. Kilns scaled up, craftsmanship scaled down, pottery became trade, not tribute. The secret died in the shift. Now we study it through microscopes. We analyze samples with spectroscopy. We read excavation reports and peer-reviewed journals and squint at lab photos. We get closer every year, but we're still not there. Because it wasn't just a formula, it was a dance. And every pot, every vase, every tiny kylix pulled from the dirt is a fossil of a lost performance, one we can see, touch, admire but not quite repeat. Not yet. But where Greece gave us mystery and fire and form, another ancient world carved its riddles into rock. Massive, monolithic tombs, hewn by hand, cut into the cliffside, and no one's entirely sure who built them or why they look like houses for the dead. Time to fly west, to the wind-swept ridges of Sicily, the prehistoric, rock-cut tombs of Sicily. Sicily, the sun-scorched crossroads of the ancient Mediterranean. An island soaked in every flavor of empire, Greek, Roman, Byzantine, Arab, Norman each, leaving behind stones, blood, wine, and stories. But before all that, before cities, before roads, before alphabet, there were tombs, dug straight into the earth, carved with obsessive precision into cliffs and rock faces. Silent, symmetrical, and sometimes unsettlingly human in their design. These are the rock-cut tombs of prehistoric Sicily. And they are not normal. Because these aren't just holes in rock. They are elaborate, purpose-built chamber softened in clusters, sometimes entire necropolises constructed between the 4th and 2nd millennia BCE. Thousands of years before the Roman legions, before Greek temples, before Carthaginian trade. Some are shaped like domes. Others have long corridors, niches, even what look like beds carved into stone. Imagine walking through a canyon at sunrise, and the cliffside looks like Swiss cheese carved by giants. Inside, darkness, quiet, cool air, and in the back-end arched alcove where once a body rested. Now multiply that by hundreds. This is the mysterious reality of sites like Pantalica, Cava di Spica, and the necropolis of Castelluccio, great fields of death carved from living stone, still standing, still silent, and still very much unexplained. Because here's the truth. We still don't know exactly who built them, how they were used, or what kind of society invested so much time and effort into creating homes for the dead while living in much simpler ones themselves. Let's start with the architecture. These tombs are hand-carved into limestone, not stacked, not assembled, carved. That means every niche, every angle, every curved ceiling was chiseled out with stone and copper tools, muscle, and time. Some tombs are tiny, just big enough for a crouched body. Others are multi-chambered, big enough for entire families, or possibly ceremonial gatherings. Some even have vestibules, little waiting rooms for the dead. Think about that. A place for your body to pause before final rest. And then there are the facades. Yes, facades. Exterior faces sculpted into shapes that resemble the architecture of homes. Lintels, cornices, columns, decorative features for the dead. These people weren't just digging holes. They were designing death. The most famous example? The necropolis of Pantalica. Set high in the limestone gorges of southeastern Sicily, Pantalica contains over 5,000 tombs. From a distance, it looks like a bird cliff-dotted with dark mouths stacked in rows, some accessible only by perilous climb. But up close, they're eerily consistent. oval entrances, carved interiors, occasionally pottery fragments, no murals, no inscriptions, just rock and form, and a profound sense of absence. Because for all their visibility, these tombs are mute. They tell us nothing directly. There are no names, no grave goods with inscriptions, no clear date stamps. Archaeologists have had to guess based on stratigraphy, pottery styles, radiocarbon dating of remains when and how these were used. The leading theory? Multiple cultures, over multiple centuries, reused and recarved these tombs in different waves. They may have started as elite burials, then expanded into family vaults, then perhaps even as ritual spaces. Some show signs of burning, others contain bones arranged in complex patterns. Some appear to have been sealed, others left open. But the deeper mystery is this. Why invest so much labor into the dead? Because these tombs weren't quick jobs. They weren't casual. They took days, weeks maybe, months to carve. And in a prehistoric society, where survival wasn't guaranteed, that time mattered. So what belief system drove it? Let's talk anthropology. Burial practices often reflect worldview. A society that buries its dead in simple pits might view death as an end. A society that builds temples for the dead likely believes in continuation, judgment, memory, and the tombs of Sicily suggest a belief in something profound. Continuity, family lineage, maybe even resurrection. Some scholars argue these tombs were about visibility, ownership of the land. Imagine it, a family's tomb, high on a cliff, seen by all. We are here. We have always been here. We will always be here. In societies without written records, this was permanence. Others point to ancestor worship. The tomb becomes a sacred space not just for burial, but for ritual, feasts, prayers, maybe even seasonal visits. In some Sicilian tombs, archaeologists found signs of re-entry, not robbery ritual revisitation. The bones were rearranged, the tombs reopened. This wasn't abandonment, it was relationship. Still others think the tombs functioned as liminal spaces, gateways between worlds. The architecture supports this. Narrow entrances, widening into round or oval chambers, often with a sense of progression as you go deeper. It's like descending into a miniature underworld. And the lack of decoration? That may have been intentional. Stripping the ego, focusing on form. And then there's the question of imitation. Because some of these tombs look like houses. They have doorways. They mimic domestic architecture. They recreate the comfort of life in the structure of death. Some even argue the tombs were intended as actual afterlife dwellings, places where the dead would live in spirit, sleeping, eating, resting, surrounded by the bones of family. And that's where it gets weirder. Because these were not isolated tombs. Many were grouped, like neighborhoods, whole cliffs full of tombs, each with its own front door. The dead weren't solitary. They were community members still present, still visible, still part of the landscape. And what about the tools? These tombs predate iron. They were carved with stone and copper, not power tools, not steel chisels, just sheer effort. Which begs the question, how did they make such clean cuts? How did they coordinate design? Some tombs show signs of leveling, symmetry, alignment, that means planning, measurement, and possibly shared knowledge. But we have no written records, no blueprints, just the results. Some have theorized that the tomb carvers were specialista, kind of prehistoric mason caste. Others suggest the work was communal, a village carving tombs together, passing down the skills like oral tradition. But the most haunting theory? That we've misunderstood the purpose entirely. Some researchers have proposed that these weren't tombs at all, not originally. That maybe, just maybe, they were ritual spaces, or storage vaults, or shrines, and only later co-opted for burial. the evidence is too sparse to be conclusive. And yet they're still called tombs, because they contain bones. But that doesn't explain the design, the location, the sheer labor. Consider this. Some tombs have false entrances, dead ends, traps. Why? To mislead? To protect? From tomb robbers? From spirits? And others have acoustics. Yes, acoustics. In certain tomb chambers, a shout will echo cleanly, eerily. That may not be coincidence. The design may have enhanced ritual chants or amplified prayers. Imagine standing in the dark, torchlight flickering, your voice bouncing back like a spirit replying. And then there's the pottery. Sherds found in tombs often belong to styles consistent with domestic use, cooking pots, bowls, not luxury goods, which suggests that offerings weren't about wealth but sustenance. Feed the dead. Nourish the soul. Maintain the bond. But here's what we don't find. Jewelry, weapons, written dedications, status markers, which implies either radical egalitarianism or something weirder, a culture that erased status in death, that reduced everyone chief and shepherd to a stone chamber in the wall. Or maybe the status was in the labor itself. The more effort spent carving your tomb, the more honored you were, a legacy carved in hours, not gold. But all of this is conjecture, because we are staring at silence. Rock tombs don't talk, they don't explain, they survive. And in their survival, they become opaque. Every hypothesis adds another layer of interpretation. And the truth, whatever it was, it's quietly, unbothered. Because the dead don't care what we think. They rest while we speculate. And here's the irony. We label these people prehistoric, as if that means primitive, as if the absence of writing means the absence of complexity, but the tombs say otherwise. They say, we thought about death, we planned, we carved, we remembered, we built something to last. And maybe, just maybe, they succeeded. Because thousands of years later, we're still climbing their cliffs, still peering into their darkness, still asking, who were you? What did you believe? Why did you bury your dead with more architecture than your living? And while we ponder that, another culture, one equally obsessed with death, fate, and the power of the spoken word, was doing something very different. They weren't carving tombs. They were cursing souls. In lead, in Latin, and throwing the results into wells. The Roman curse tablets, delivery methods. Lead. Again. But this time, it's not wrapping the dead or sealing in organs. It's not protecting the sacred. It's not preserving flesh. This time, lead is used to stab the soul. Across the Roman Empire, from Britain to Syria, from the Nile Delta to the streets of Pompeii, archaeologists have unearthed small, thin sheets of rolled lead. They're not glamorous, not ornate, just crudely etched pieces of metal, curled into tight cylinders, or folded into neat squares. Some were pierced with nails. Others were burned, bent, or hammered into shape. They were buried, hidden, sunk. In graves, in wells, in fountains, under thresholds, in walls. And on each one, a curse. These are the Defictionis, the curse tablets of ancient Rome. Handwritten hate mail to the gods, sometimes poetic, often brutal, always deliberate. A private message, never meant for mortal eyes, addressed to divine forces with one goal: bend the universe to my will. And the mystery isn't just what they said, it's how they were used, how they were delivered, because these weren't dropped in the mail. These were rituals, miniature acts of dark magic, tailored for maximum spiritual damage. And the deeper we dig into their methods, the more disturbing and baffling the whole thing becomes. First, the language. Curses were often scrawled in vulgar Latin, not vulgar as in obscene, though many were, but vulgar as in common. Sloppy grammar, misspellings, ligatures, all rushed, all raw. Some were written backward, some in mirror script, others in what appears to be complete gibberish vosas, magicae, or magic words, nonsense syllables thought to carry power just by sound. Some curses read like legal complaints. I give over to the underworld gods Tertius, who stole my cloak at the baths. May he not defecate nor urinate until it is returned. Others are vengeance fantasies. I bind the tongue, eyes, hands, and mind of Livia. May she be struck dumb and paralyzed until she confesses. And others still are love spells. Yes, love spells. May Marcus burn with desire for Julia. May his sleep be broken until he lies with her, and may no woman give him satisfaction but she. But these weren't just written and tossed away. They had to be activated. And that's where the mystery lies. Because the delivery methods were not random. They followed patterns, rituals, and those patterns, those strange, site-specific choices are what truly confuse us today. Let's start with the most common delivery system, the well. Thousands of curse tablets have been found at the bottom of ancient wells, fountains, and natural springs. Why? Because water was a passage, a threshold, a liminal space between the world of the living and the divine. Drop your curse into the depths, and it sinks literally and symbolically into the underworld. In places like Bath in England, ancient Aquae Sulis, a Roman healing shrine turned into a magical inbox. People would bathe in the sacred waters, then toss in a curse tablet. Sometimes the curses were about theft. To the goddess Sulis, I give you the thief who stole my tunic. Let him be bloodied until he returns it. Other times they were more cryptic, names with no explanation, requests with no context. And here's the twist. These tablets weren't casual. They were deliberate, rolled tight, sometimes nailed shut, sometimes pierced through with styluses, occasionally folded around hair, fingernails, or fragments of clothing, personal tokens, pieces of the victim. Like sympathetic magic, you hurt the hair, you hurt the person, bind the name, bind the soul. But why lead? Because lead was heavy, mutable, and symbolically low. In the Roman elemental hierarchy, lead was the metal of Saturn, cold, slow, connected to death and decay, perfect for curses. It wasn't valuable like gold. It was impure. That was the point. You wrote something vile on something base, and then you hid it. In graves? Yes, graves. Another popular delivery route was the burial of curse tablets with the dead, especially the young, the unbaptized, or the violently killed. The Romans believed that restless or untimely spirits had more access to the underworld. They were closer to the divine, or the demonic. So, if you wanted to send a message to the gods, hitch a ride with a ghost. Some tablets have been found stuffed into sarcophagi, others placed under the head of corpses. One was even nailed to a skull, a real skull. The implication? That the spirit would carry the curse on your behalf, deliver it, act as your agent of vengeance, a supernatural courier. In other cases, tablets were buried under thresholds, doorways, entrances, crossroads, places where movement happens, where energy flows. The idea? Trap the victim in the spell's path. Let every step they take trigger the curse. But the most bizarre method of all? Ingestion. Some texts refer to magical papyrus spells written not on lead, but parchment meant to be eaten, either by the victim, snuck into food or drink, or by the magician themselves. The words enter the body, become flesh. That's not metaphor. That's ancient pharmacology. Word as drug, curse as communion. And then there's the ritual. Writing the curse was only part of the process. The act of binding was theatrical. You had to name the target, state your grievance, Invoke the gods. Then you bound the words physically and symbolically. Fold the tablet, nail it, burn it, tie it, bury it. Each action reinforced the intent. Some spells required silence, others chanting. Some had to be performed at night, during storms, during eclipses. One papyrus instructs the user to recite a spell while wrapping a black thread around the tabletent, then smearing it with menstrual blood. Don't ask. These were not passive acts. They were performances, dark liturgies. And here's what's really wild. The effectiveness of a curse didn't rely on belief. It relied on fear. Even people who claim not to believe in magic still respected its threat. If your name showed up on a curse tablet, you didn't shrug it off. You hired your own magician. You performed a counter-ritual. You wore amulets. You bathed in protective herbs. Magic was the nuclear option in Roman society. Illegal? Yes. Dangerous? Yes. But also common, accepted. A sort of spiritual black market. Everyone knew it existed. Everyone pretended it didn't. And the people writing these curses? Not always witches. Some were regular citizens, merchants, lovers, gladiators. One curse tablet found in North Africa was written by a baker cursing his rival's oven to never rise bread again. Another, by a teenage girl, targeting the woman she suspected of stealing her boyfriend. These weren't just people on the margins, they were you and me. But here's the final mystery. Why were so many of these tablets never activated? Some were written and never buried, never folded, never placed in wells or graves, just abandoned, found in homes, storage rooms, back corners of sanctuaries. Drafts? Or warnings? One theory is that the act of writing the curse was itself a kind of catharsis, a ritualized expression of rage, a spiritual scream. You didn't need the gods to act, you just needed to say it. Another theory is darker, that some were intercepted. Someone found your curse, read it, countered it, maybe even reversed it. Some curses include protective clauses. If anyone tampers with this tablet, may the gods strike them down. The fear was real. And maybe that's why so many were hidden so carefully. Some were buried under buildings, in floorboards, behind walls. A few were even sewn into clothing. Portable power, curses in your pocket. It wasn't about spectacle. It was about secrecy. Because the most dangerous curse is the one no one sees coming? And what does that say about Roman society? That beneath the marble temples and toga-clad virtue was a simmering network of whispered threats, desperate hopes, and toxic wishes. A world where justice wasn't blind, it was bartered. And if the gods didn't listen, well, you forced their hand. So, next time you see a dull, rolled-up scrap of lead in a museum case, don't dismiss it. It's not just ancient graffiti. It's a weapon. And while the Romans were busy binding each other with magic metal far to the east, a much older story was flying through the sky. A king, an eagle, a journey to heaven. A myth so old, its roots might just be real. Next stop, the Epic of Etana. The ancient Sumerian Epic of Etana, historical basis. Before there were pyramids, before there were scrolls or alphabets or empires with marble columns, there was a city called Kish. And before kings were crowned with iron or gold, a man named Etana ruled there. Maybe. The Epic of Etana is one of the oldest stories ever written, not just in Mesopotamia, anywhere. It comes from the early 2nd millennium BCE, with fragments dating back to the Old Babylonian period, meaning this tale was already ancient when Hammurabi was scribbling his laws. It was inscribed in cuneiform on clay tablets in the Akkadian language, which means, like most things from that far back, we only have pieces. But even in fragments, it hits. Etana, a shepherd king, chosen by the gods, searching not for gold or conquest, but for a plant. Not just any plant, the plant of birth, a sacred root that could cure his kingdom's curse of barrenness. No heir, no future, no legacy. So he does what any ancient protagonist would do. He rides an eagle into the heavens. No, seriously. An eagle. A massive, talking, God-affiliated bird. And together, man and eagle soar through the layers of heaven, ascending toward the throne of the sky god Anu, hoping to ask for divine help. And somewhere along that journey, the text breaks off. The story ends mid-flight, which is about the most accurate metaphor for this mystery you could ask for. Because the Epic of Etana is incomplete, interrupted. It gives us just enough to be fascinated and not nearly enough to understand. And here's the thing. This story wasn't niche. It wasn't an indie myth tucked away in a single scribe's drawer. It circulated widely, across Akkad, Assyria, Babylon, for centuries. It shows up in king lists. It gets referenced in later texts. Etana was part of the canon, a figure both legendary and, possibly, historical. And that's where the mystery lies. Because the Sumerian king list, the semi-mythical document that reads like the IMDb of Mesopotamian rulers, includes Etana, names him, places him as the 13th king of Kish, calls him the shepherd who ascended to heaven. Let that settle in. A 4,000-year-old political document refers, with no wink or footnote, to a king who flew into the sky. What do we do with that? The king list is not entirely reliable. It lists reigns of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of years, mythical dynasties, divine ancestry. But interspersed among the fantasy are real names rulers we've confirmed via archaeological records. So when Etana shows up, scholars have to ask, is he a legend, or is he a distorted memory of a real man? And if he's a legend, why does his story resonate so powerfully? Let's dig in. The core of the tale is simple. Etana becomes king in Kish, but is plagued by a lack of children. No heir means no dynasty, no continuity. The gods, perhaps displeased, have closed the wombs of the kingdom. Etana seeks help. He prays. He sacrifices. Nothing works. Then, in a twist that foreshadows fairy tales millennia later, he helps an eagle. This eagle had broken a cosmic law, devoured the young of a snake it had sworn brotherhood with. The gods punished it, crippled it, left it to die in a pit. Etana finds it, nurses it, restores it. In return, the eagle offers him a ride. And this isn't a simple hop-on-my-back situation. The epic describes the ascent in vivid metaphor-laced poetry. They rise through the skies. Etana looks down and sees the earth shrink. The sea becomes a ditch. The mountains like sheepfolds. He gets scared. He begs to return. But the eagle urges him on. And just as they reach the gates of heaven, the tablet breaks. A metaphor for humanity's reach, for ambition, for failure, maybe. Or maybe we just lost the ending in a fire 2,000 years ago. But the cultural resonance of this myth runs deep. Because this isn't a story about war or gods hurling lightning bolts. It's a story about infertility, about longing, about the desperation to leave a legacy, to extend oneself beyond death. And in that context, the eagle isn't just a cool ride, it's a symbol of ascent, transcendence, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. But here's the question that drives scholars crazy. Where did this myth come from? Was it purely allegorical? Or did it encode something real? Because ancient Mesopotamian myth often sits halfway between fact and fiction. Kings were real, so were plagues, famines, invasions, but myths gave them shape, wrapped history in metaphor, reframed memory as destiny. So maybe Etana was real, a ruler facing dynastic collapse, a man who, in desperation, turned to the temple, to ritual, to an oracle. And maybe that act reaching for divine help became, over centuries, ascended to heaven on an eagle. Or maybe the flight was always the point. The earliest versions of the Etana myth emphasize flight in extraordinary detail, not just up he went, but stage by stage, altitude by altitude, the earth becoming smaller, the sea turning to a puddle, the sky darkening, like a pre-modern attempt to describe atmospheric pressure? Could this be a memory of a hallucinogenic ritual, a trance? Some have speculated that the eagle's flight was an astral journey, that Etana didn't physically fly but spiritually did, shaman style, using drugs, chants, or sleep deprivation to enter an altered state, and what he saw, the shrinking earth, the spinning heaven was a vision. Others get bolder. They point to motifs of divine flight across the ancient world. Gilgamesh dreams of flying, Egyptian pharaohs ascend on sunboats, the Mahabharata has flying chariots, biblical prophets ride into the sky. Is this all just metaphor? Or is there a common thread? And then there's the UFO crowd. Yes, them. They read Etana as a literal abduction story. The eagle is not a bird, it's a craft. The ascent, a launch. The vision of Earth from above, a real orbital view. It's ancient alien theory 101. Not academically accepted, but undeniably persistent. But let's pull back, because the real power of Etana's story isn't in the flight. It's in the failure. Most versions of the epic end with him returning, afraid, having flown part way and come back empty-handed. The plant of birth, never found. The gods, never seen. The sky, touched but not entered. What kind of epic ends that way? A human one. Etana is not a demigod, not invincible. He tries, he climbs, he fails. That failure becomes legend. And maybe that's the most honest myth of all. Because for the Sumerians, kings weren't divine. Not exactly. They were appointed by the gods, yes, but their power was earthly, fragile. A mistake could cost everything. So, Etana's flight isn't triumphant's warning. Don't aim too high. But here's the punchline. Etana's name persisted. Later, Babylonian kings referenced him. His name was used in oaths, statues were carved, and in some alternate versions, he succeeds. He gets the plant, fathers a son. His dynasty continues. We don't know which ending came first, but the ambiguity speaks volumes. Because Etana's myth wasn't just a story, it was a mirror. For rulers, for people, a way to think about legacy, effort, failure, and hope. It's one of the earliest examples of that most human of genres, the bittersweet epic. And today, his story still haunts the edge of history. Etana is there, on the cusp of myth and memory, flying just out of reach. And while Sumer looked to the sky for salvation, another culture, far away and centuries later, looked inward. To gold. Twisted, forged, worn on the necks of warriors and kings. Torcs. And the secrets of their creation? Still lost. If you're still with us after airborne shepherds and goldsmithing secrets, you're clearly one of the curious ones. So go ahead, subscribe now, and join the deep end of history. And hey, we're keeping track. Where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Let's see how far this mystery web reaches. The lost knowledge of ancient Celtic torcs, manufacturing. It starts with a loop. A band of metal, rigid and round, sometimes open-ended, sometimes closed, always deliberate. Thick as a snake's body, coiled with intent. A torc. Not a necklace, not really jewelry, something heavier, stranger, more charged. From the mist-cloaked islands of Britain to the oak-groved hills of Gaul, the Celts left behind these mysterious artifact objects that seemed to defy the time they were made in. Made of gold, of bronze, of silver, of electrum, an alloy of gold and silver that glows like something that belongs in myth, not history. Torcs show up on warriors, on kings, on gods. In sculpture, they adorn the necks of deities and champions. In graves, they circle the throats of the buried elite like halos of authority. In battle, they were said to glint on bare-chested fighters who preferred metal around their throats to armor on their chests. But we're not here to talk about fashion. We're here to talk about impossibility. Because we don't know how they were made. Not really. Despite centuries of research, metallurgical analysis, museum conservation, and academic debate, the full method used by the Celts to manufacture their most complex torcs, especially the ones found in Lahun and later Iron Age contexts, remains one of ancient Europe's most enduring technological enigmas. Let's start with the basics. A torc is a rigid neck ring, typically made by twisting together rods of metal, often with flared terminals, those end pieces that sometimes look like knobs, globes, beasts, or abstracted flames. Some torcs are smooth, others are braided with almost ridiculous intricacy. Some have ends that appear to unscrew or clamp into place mechanisms, essentially. And the most famous ones, like the Snettisham Great Torc or the Broider Torc display, a level of craftsmanship that should not have been possible with Iron Age tools. That's not exaggeration. The Snettisham Great Torc, for instance, is made of 64 separate wires twisted into 8 ropes, then twisted again into 1. The wires are just millimeters in diameter, yet uniform in tension and length. And the final piece is not soldered, not fused, but cold forged, meaning shaped without melting. That requires enormous precision, not to mention knowledge of metallurgy far ahead of its time. Modern blacksmiths have tried to replicate this, master jewelers with precision tools. And the results? Close, but not perfect. It's not just the twisting, it's the way the metal behaves, flexing, bending, holding shape without cracking. The Celts understood how to work with metal at the microscopic level, adjusting alloys, controlling temper, treating the surface to avoid stress fractures. And they did it all without microscopes, furnaces, or lab coats. We still don't know how. Let's talk tools. The Celts didn't have lathes, or electric drills, or standardized gauges. Their tools were hammers, anvils, tongs, and whetstones, maybe wooden forms for shaping, maybe clamps made of bone or iron. Everything had to be done by eye and hand, which makes the uniformity of the wire seven in massive multi-strand torcs all the more astounding. Some of these wires are twisted so tightly, they form patterns, roping, chevrons, spirals that stay consistent along the entire length. Not a single wobble, not a single flaw. And then there's the terminals. The end pieces are often solid cast, sometimes hollow, sometimes in multiple parts. They're not just decorative, they're engineered. Some slide over the ends. Others are keyed to twist on. Still, others appear fused, but without visible solder lines. One theory is that the Celts used lost wax casting for the terminal, sculpting a wax model, encasing it in clay, melting the wax out, and pouring in molten metal. This technique is ancient, known across many cultures, but integrating it into a twisted wire structure, that's the trick. Joining a cast terminal to a twisted bundle of wires without damaging the wires, without warping the structure, without creating weak points, requires heat control on a level that even today is difficult to achieve. Too hot, and the wires melt. Too cold, and the metal won't bond. So maybe they didn't bond it. Maybe the terminals were mechanically fastened, crimped, slotted, pegged. But some examples show no seams, no joints, just smooth, continuous metal, seamless. And here's where it gets even weirder. Some torcs show signs of flexing. They could be pulled apart and slipped over the neck, then return to shape. That requires elasticity in the metal springiness, which is nearly impossible with solid gold, which is soft. That means these torcs weren't pure, they were alloyed. The smiths had to mix their metals not for color, not for purity, but for mechanical behavior. Which means they were doing materials science. They were experimenting. A recent analysis of some torcs found traces of unusual alloying agents arsenic, bismuth, trace iron metals that affect how gold behaves under pressure. These aren't accidental contaminants. They were deliberately added. But how did they figure this out? The Celts didn't write treatises on metallurgy. They didn't leave manuals or recipes. Their knowledge was oral, practical, passed from master to apprentice, generation to generation, possibly across centuries, which means the techniques were preserved in muscle memory, not ink. And when Celtic autonomy collapsed, those hands were stilled. The secrets died with the smiths. Now we're left with the results, artifacts, glimmering enigmas. Let's talk symbolism. Torcs weren't just fashion statements. They were status, identity, maybe even power. In sculpture and coinage, Celtic gods often wear torcs. Warriors were buried with them. Some torcs were too large to wear comfortably. They were ritual objects, symbols of divine or royal authority. There's even evidence that torcs were used in sacrifices offered to lakes, rivers, bogs. The Celts practiced a kind of metal veneration, weapons bent before burial, torcs twisted beyond use. Not discarded, transformed, given back to the earth. So perhaps torc making wasn't just a craft, it was a rite. The smith was a magician, a metal whisperer, and that may explain the secrecy, the loss. Because sacred knowledge isn't always shared, it's guarded, hidden behind ritual. And when the society that held it collapses, so does the knowledge. But torcs remain. Hundreds of them, in museums, in graves, in bogs, each one a silent record of skill, belief, power, and beauty. And as we analyze them, slice samples, scan cross-sections, simulate stress tests, we get closer, but we still haven't cracked it. Not completely. Because the real secret isn't just how they were made. It's why. Why pour hundreds of hours into something so heavy, so complex, so difficult? Why twist metal into knots no one could untie? Why build beauty no one else could copy? Because the Celts weren't trying to impress us. They were speaking to the gods. And somewhere, in the echoes of hammered gold, the gods are still listening. But while the Celts shaped metal to channel divine presence, the Romans were shaping diplomacy with something even less tangible. Secrets. Not just armies, not just treaties, but covert deals, bribes, threats, whispers from the edge of empire. The Roman, military diplomacy, hidden practices. When you think Roman diplomacy, you probably picture senators in white togas waving scrolls, maybe handing over olive branches with smug smiles. But that's the brochure version. The real thing? Far darker. The Roman Empire didn't conquer the known world by shaking hands. It did it by splitting enemies, bribing tribes, installing puppet kings, assassinating threats, and offering deals so good or so terrifying you'd say yes just to stay alive. They called it diplomatia militaris. And it's one of the least understood, most elusive aspects of Roman imperial power. Not because it wasn't recorded, though often. It wasn't, but because it lived in the shadows of history. It was the glue between legions and law, the unofficial playbook, the whispered arrangements that decided the fates of kingdoms without ever being carved in stone. And to this day, we still don't know the full extent of it. Let's set the scene. The Roman frontier wasn't a wall. It wasn't even a line. It was a zonia, living, breathing, shifting borderland where soldiers, merchants, tribal leaders, spies, and diplomats mingled. In Gaul, in Dacia, in Judea, in Germania. This liminal space, half Roman, half barbarian, wasn't just a battleground. It was a marketplace. For favors, for information, for peace if you could pay. And the people running this operation? Not senators, not scribes. Centurions, generals, procurators, and unofficial fixers. The empire had a formal diplomatic corps: ambassadors, legates, envoys, but the real action happened through military diplomacy, back-channel negotiations, bribery, cultural infiltration, hostage exchange, strategic marriages, and above all, control. Not through conquest, through manipulation. Let's break it down. One of the most consistent yet murky practices of Roman military diplomacy was the use of foederata. Foreign tribes or kingdoms granted formal alliances in exchange for loyalty, tribute, and soldiers. But here's the trick. There was no standardized contract. Each deal was different, custom-tailored, and often kept oral, unwritten, flexible. That allowed Rome to shift gears whenever needed. If a tribe became too strong, the Romans quietly pulled support. If a local king started leaning toward rebellion, the Romans offered his nephew a command post and sent the king an expensive gift with a veiled threat. Rome was not interested in equal partnerships. It was interested in leverage. Take the Batavians, a Germanic tribe living along the Rhine. They became one of Rome's most loyal auxiliaries, not through conquest, but diplomacy. The Romans allowed them local autonomy, tax exemptions, and status in exchange for military service. Thousands of Batavians fought in Roman campaigns, including the invasion of Britain. In return, they got land, wealth, and prestige. Until they rebelled. And the Romans crushed them, then rebuilt the alliance with a different faction. The same strategy, different players. Divide, reward, replace. This wasn't just imperial policy. It was embedded into military life. Commanders were expected to be part soldier, part diplomat. They managed frontier relations, negotiated terms with tribal leaders, and hosted guest kings in Roman forts. These weren't prisoners. They were leverage, kept in comfort, trained in Roman customs, sometimes educated in Latin, sometimes married to Roman women. It was soft colonization, Romanization through friendship and surveillance. But not all diplomacy was friendly. There's strong evidence that the Roman military maintained networks of informants, locals paid to spy on their own people, traitors, mercenaries, even bards and storytellers. These agents would pass information up the chain, enemy movements, brewing revolts, changing allegiances. And what did Rome offer in return? Gold, citizenship, protection, or sometimes just silence. You didn't want to be noticed by Rome unless you had something to offer, and if you crossed them, things got ugly. Assassination wasn't common, but it wasn't off the table. One ancient source hints that the Romans sent gifts to a rebellious king, gifts that included poisoned robes. Other stories describe envoys who vanished after meetings. Roman diplomacy could be a velvet glove, but there was always a blade underneath. Even the act of building a fort was diplomatic. Roman forts on the frontier weren't just military structures. They were political statements. They said, "This is Roman now, and if you wanted to trade, be protected, or survive, you played by the rules." Forts often included guest quarters for local leaders, where lavish banquets were held, wine, meat, music, all to remind the locals of Roman generosity and strength. It was the carrot. The stick came later. And then there's the practice of hostage diplomacy. Rome would often take the children of allied or subdued rulers not as prisoners, but as guests. They'd be raised in Roman households, educated, trained, and indoctrinated. By the time they returned home, they were Romanized, loyal, or at least deeply compromised. This wasn't kidnapping. It was grooming. Imagine a tribal leader whose son now wore a toga, quoted Cicero, and held Roman citizenship. Could you really rebel, knowing your bloodline lived in Rome's embrace? It was genius, and deeply unsettling. One of the most fascinating and least recorded aspects of military diplomacy was the use of local deities. Yes, gods. Rome was a master at absorbing foreign religions. On the frontier, Roman soldiers would adopt the local gods, merging them with Roman ones. A Celtic war god became Mars. A Germanic forest spirit became Silvanus. This wasn't religious tolerance. It was spiritual colonization. By honoring local gods, Rome made itself familiar, palatable, and in return, the locals felt seen until, slowly, the Roman version took over. Temples were built, priests appointed, festivals absorbed. The frontier wasn't just where Rome defended itself, it was where Rome reinvented you. Even gifts were political tools. Roman commanders handed out fibulae, brooches, weapons, wine, and coins to local elites. These weren't presents, they were badges, symbols of connection, of obligation. You wore that Roman belt buckle? You were theirs. Refuse the gift? You were marked. Some Roman forts even issued customized token small medallions stamped with the name of the commander or the emperor, like military challenge coins. Show up with one of those in a local council meeting, and everyone knew who you worked for. But how do we know all this? Barely. That's the problem. So much of Roman military diplomacy was informal, hidden, not documented in the state archives because it wasn't meant to be. The big treaties? Sure, we know about those. But the real engine of diplomacy, daily, small-scale manipulation, was invisible. It happened in tents, in back rooms, over wine, through interpreters, through bribes. Archaeology gives us hints. An elite grave with Roman goods far from Rome, a name scratched on a tablet in both Latin and a local language, a Roman commander's name engraved on a tribal chieftain's shield. But the full picture? Still out of reach. Because Rome didn't want you to see how the sausage got made. They wanted you to see peace, order, civilization. But behind it? Deals, threats, a knife under the table. So when we picture the Roman army, we should see more than spears and shields. We should see negotiators, fixers, double agents, commanders fluent in 3 languages and 5 forms of bribery, soldiers who could smile with one hand extended and a dagger in the other. Military diplomacy wasn't an afterthought. It was the front line. And when Rome couldn't bribe, charm, or manipulate, then it sent the legions. But until that point, it played chess, quietly, patiently, and often, with devastating effectiveness. But as Rome fine-tuned the art of invisible influence, the Egyptians were busy perfecting something even more mysterious. An architecture of misdirection. False passages, dummy chambers, stone mazes built to fool the living and the dead. Welcome to the Lahun Pyramid, where nothing is where it seems. The ancient Egyptian Lahun Pyramid, false burial chambers. In the middle of the Fayum Depression and oasis at the edge of the Egyptian desert stands a pyramid that isn't famous. It's not massive, not elegant. Tourists don't flock there. Its limestone casing is long gone, its peak flattened by time, and it has none of the pop culture allure of Giza's giants. But make no mistake, this pyramid is a riddle in stone. The Lahun Pyramid. Built for Pharaoh Senusret II of the 12th dynasty around 1897 BCE, it stands not as a monument to power, but as a labyrinth of deliberate deception. Because while it looks On the outside, like every other Middle Kingdom pyramid, sand-worn, square-based, dignified and decayed inside, is something else entirely. A trap, a ruse, a misdirection, so precise, so planned, so psychologically manipulative, it still stuns archaeologists today. This is a pyramid where the dead don't lie where you think they should. Because Senusret II didn't just want to be buried, he wanted to vanish. Let's rewind. By the time Senusret took the throne, the age of the Old Kingdom was long over. The pyramid builders of the 4th dynasty Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure had already raised their celestial stairways on the Giza plateau. They had built enormous tombs, packed with grandeur, inscriptions, and in some cases, gold. And they had all been robbed. Every single one. The tombs of the great pyramid builders were violated almost immediately. Grave robbing was not a matter of if, but when. Even in antiquity, Egyptians knew the pyramids couldn't protect their dead. The grandeur became a target. The stone said, "There's something valuable inside." So Senusret did something radical. He built a pyramid that didn't point to death, it hid from it. On the surface, it followed tradition. Square base, cardinal orientation, substructure. But the interior design? That was a psychological chess match with grave robbers. Let's talk about the entrance. Most Old and Middle Kingdom pyramids have their entrance on the north face, a symbolic, functional, expected. At Lahun, that entrance exists. It's there. You can see it. A descending passage that leads into the heart of the pyramid. But it's a lie. That tunnel goes nowhere. A decoy. Instead, the real entrance is hidden. Not in the north. Not even in the pyramid itself. It's under the floor of a nearby tomb outside the pyramid, just a few meters away in a small mud brick mastaba in the surrounding mortuary complex. Archaeologists found it by accident. Beneath the floor was a vertical shaft that dropped into darkness. At the bottom, a narrow tunnel, snaking, turning, leading not toward the outside of the pyramid, but spiraling under it, like a worm burrowing toward a hidden heart. That tunnel leads to a series of rooms, corridors, blind shafts, dummy chambers. Some even have leftover tools inside, possibly placed deliberately, as if to fool intruders into thinking they'd reached a work site or an unfinished tomb. But keep going. Eventually, the path takes a turn literally and leads to the real burial chamber, buried deep beneath the pyramid. Only, there's no body. When archaeologists finally reached the chamber, they found the sarcophagus of Senusret II, massive, pink granite, still sealed, still undisturbed after nearly 3,800 years. Except it was empty. No mummy, no canopic jars, no grave goods, just a coffin without a corpse. And here's where the mystery explodes. Was Senusret II ever buried here? Did he fake his own burial to protect his real tomb? Or was the body stolen later, even after all this deception? No definitive answer has been found. But what is clear, painfully, brilliantly clear, is that this pyramid was built as a fortress of misdirection, a work of funerary counterintelligence, the architectural equivalent of a shell game. Let's break it down. The pyramid had multiple layers of false security. False entrance, the classic north side passage, meant to draw attention. It even descends in the proper angle and depth for a real tomb shaft until it dead ends in a pile of rubble. There was even a chamber nearby, filled with debris, mimicking the collapsed chambers in other looted pyramids. A stage set. Hidden entrance. Ingeniously buried beneath an innocuous tomb. Not a grand gate, a side door in disguise. Maze of passages. The tunnel system beneath the pyramid was intentionally convoluted. Turns, fake walls, blocked shafts. It was built not for access but to confuse, disorient, delay. Dummy chambers, spaces that looked like final tombs, carved niches, pseudo-sarcophagi. Some even had traces of burnt resin, as if a body had been interred and removed, a mimicry of real funerals. This wasn't just security. This was performance. Think of it like a heist movie in reverse. The pyramid wasn't hiding treasure. It was hiding the fact that there may never have been treasure to begin with. That kind of design takes planning, a staggering amount. The architects didn't just design a tomb, they designed a misdirection campaign, stone propaganda. And here's the question. Was Senusret the first to do this? Or was he refining something older? There's evidence that other pyramids in the Middle Kingdom used similar deception. Blocked passages, sealed false doors. But Lahun is the most extreme example we've found. And it suggests a cultural shift and evolution in how Egyptians thought about death, protection, and memory. In the Old Kingdom, tombs were loud, brash. Here lies the God King. Walls of hieroglyphs, piles of treasure. By the Middle Kingdom, death got subtle, paranoid, protective. Less glory, more secrets. Even the decoration inside the Lahun pyramid is minimal. The walls are bare, no pyramid texts, no scenes of the pharaoh sailing through the underworld, just stone, cold and anonymous. Which might be the point. Anonymity as safety. Because by then, Egyptians knew that texts could be read, statues broken, names erased, memory defiled. But if you hide the tomb, you hide the soul. And here's the deeper layer. Lahun wasn't just a pyramid. It was the center of a vast funerary complex. Surrounding it were worker villages, storage rooms, offering chapels, mastaba tombs for nobles, even a walled town Kahun built to house the laborers. That town, too, was abandoned shortly after the pyramid was completed, as if the entire operation was built, used, and then discarded once the burial was done, or once the illusion was complete. Because we don't know if Senusret was ever buried at Lahun, we don't know if the decoys worked. We don't know what the robbers thought if they reached the empty sarcophagus and gave up, or if they were fooled by one of the dummy chambers. The whole structure is a question wrapped in a riddle wrapped in granite. But we do know this. No other pharaoh in that era was buried in a pyramid with quite this level of misdirection. Lahun stands alone, and that raises a possibility even stranger than empty sarcophagi. Maybe Senusret II wasn't buried at all. Maybe his burial site is still out there, hidden, waiting. A real tomb buried somewhere far from Lahun, unknown even to the modern world. Or maybe his priests burned the body, disintegrated it, hid it in a place no one would think to look. The Lahun pyramid, then, becomes not a tomb but a decoy. A monument not to death, but to secrecy. And maybe that secrecy worked. Because nearly 4,000 years later, we're still scratching our heads, still chasing corridors, still walking into traps. And just when we think we're close to the answer, the passage ends. Blocked, buried, blank. But while the Egyptians were sealing away the dead-in-stone riddles across the sea, another civilization was building homes that breathed with the wind, curved like nests, and vanished almost without trace. Roundhouses. And the roofs? We still don't know how they did them. The prehistoric roundhouses of Britain, roof construction. Picture this. You're standing in the middle of a windswept hilltop in Iron Age Britain. It's damp, always. The sky has moods, and none of them are gentle. Mist clings to the heather, rain slashes sideways. And yet, there rising from the earth, like the bones of the landscape itself, are roundhouses. Simple, stark, silent. Circular footprints in the soil, ringed post holes, hearths in the center, charcoal smears. Occasionally, a clay floor. But the thing that catches your eye every time is what isn't there. The roofs. Gone. Vanished, like breath on glass. Because while we've found thousands of prehistoric roundhouse foundations across Britain, Scotland to Cornwall, valleys to coasts, the superstructures are lost. The thatch, the timber, the binding ropes, the clever joins and hidden tricks that once held water and wind at bay, all rotted into the memory of soil. And that's the mystery. We still don't know exactly how they were built. Not really. We have guesses, models, experimental reconstructions, but the specifics, the materials, the angles, the secret joinery techniques are lost to time. Like someone handed you the foundation of a machine, but took away the instructions, the engine, and every moving part, and said, "Now figure it out." Let's start with what we do know. Roundhouses were the dominant form of domestic architecture in prehistoric Britain from the Bronze Age through the Iron Age, roughly 2500 BCE to 100 CE. They're found on hill forts, lowland farms, lake islands, and cliff edges, ubiquitous, durable, versatile, and almost always the same fundamental shape, a circle. Why a circle? Because it's strong. Because it handles wind better than corners. Because it offers efficient internal space, especially around a central hearth. And because building in a circle was more than practical, it was cultural, symbolic, ritual, even. But the roofs there where the genius lived, and where our ignorance begins. Most archaeologists agree the roofs were conical, like giant hats perched atop the walls. But beyond that, the theories diverge like forked paths in the fog. Theory 1. Thatched cone on post frame. The classic reconstruction. Wooden posts arranged in a circular ring supporting a conical lattice of beams tied at the apex. Onto that, bundles of thatch, often water reed or wheat straw, were layered like fish scales, shedding rain. It works. You can build it. People have. But even here, the details unravel. How steep was the pitch? A shallower cone sheds water less effectively. A steeper cone requires more material and better engineering. Too steep, and the roof is top-heavy. Too shallow, and it collapses under rain or snow. What bound the structure? Natural fiber shemp, animal sinew, rawhide, nails, pegs? And how were the thatch bundles affixed? Sewn, tied, pinned between crossbeams? No one agrees. Theory 2. Self-supporting reciprocal frame. Here's where it gets clever. Some roundhouses might have used a self-supporting frame where each rafter leans on the next in a spiral, creating tension and balance without a central post, like an inverted basket. This is structurally stable, elegant, and requires impressive spatial reasoning. Experimental archaeologists have built such roofs. They work. But did the Iron Age Britons use this method? No evidence survives. And some reconstructions like the impressive houses at Butser Ancient Farmhave collapsed or required retrofitting, suggesting we're still getting it wrong. Theory 3. Central post and radial rafters. Another model proposes a central post planted like a mast around, which rafters radiate like spokes. It's simpler, strong, but introduces a problem. The post takes up interior space. In some house sites, there's no post hole in the center. In others, there is. The inconsistency breeds debate. And what about walls? Some roundhouses had timber wall-supprite planks or wattle and daub panels between posts. Others had earthen banks, turf blocks, or stone bases. That changes how the roof interacts with the wall. Does it rest on a wall plate? Does it sit on the post tops? Are there eaves? Drip trenches? Every answer leads to new questions. Because almost everything we know comes from the floor. The organic material, the thatch, the timber beams, the rope lashing shaws decayed. All that remains are shadows in the dirt, a ring of post holes, a hearth scar, maybe a burnt layer. And from that, we try to imagine a living house. It's like trying to rebuild a violin from the indent it left in a pillow. Even the tools are gone. What kind of axe did they use to shape rafters? Did they have augers? Carving knives? Did they heat bend wood, split it with wedges, or shape it green? We don't know. Let's talk labor. Building a roundhouse wasn't a weekend project. It took planning, timber sourcing, material prep, a team of workers, probably a family or extended kin, group cutting, hauling, shaping, binding. Maybe days, maybe weeks. Thatch, for instance, needs to be harvested at the right time, dried, bundled, and layered just so. Too loose, and it leaks. Too tight, and it rots. And then there's maintenance. Thatched roofs last 10 to 20 years at best. They need patching, repair. Which suggests that prehistoric Britons weren't just builders. They were maintainers, craftspeople, engineers. And the roundhouse wasn't a static object. It was alive. It changed, breathed, evolved. So maybe that's the answer. Maybe there wasn't one correct way to build a roof. Maybe every region had its own version. Maybe every generation adapted it slightly, used the trees nearby, the reeds at hand. Maybe roof building was local knowledge, a village's secret, passed from hand to hand. And when those villages died, so did the secrets. But here's a twist. Sometimes we find preserved roof material. Rarely. Usually in waterlogged cispeat bogs, lake dwellings, anaerobic mud. In a few cases, carbonized fragments of beams, traces of thatch, even impressions in the soil where bundles once lay. From this we know that multiple methods were in play. Mixed materials, complex joins, that prehistoric people didn't just make do, they optimized, they innovated. Some reconstructions now suggest layered roofs first, a wooden substructure, then turf for insulation, then thatch for waterproofing. Others propose bark or hide as underlayers. These weren't primitive huts. They were multi-material masterpieces of survival engineering. And then there's the symbolic side. The roundhouse wasn't just a shelter. It was a circle, the most sacred shape. No corners, no edges. Everything flows inward, then back out. The hearth at the center, smoke rising through a hole or seeping through the thatch. Life turning around fire and food. Some scholars believe the shape reflected cosmology. The roof was the sky, the post ring, the earth, the central hearth, the sun. Living inside a roundhouse was living inside the universe itself. And that's not just poetic. It's cultural memory. In later British folklore, round structures, fairy rings, standing stones, stones circle scary, magical significance. Maybe it started here. In these homes, in these roofs, the way they curved, the way they held, the way they vanished. Because in the end, the roundhouses didn't crumble. They dissolved and left behind just enough to drive us mad. So we rebuild them. Experimental archaeology sites across Britain have constructed dozens of roundhouses. At Butser, Castell Henlys, the Scottish Cranach Centre, some with central posts, some with reciprocal frames, some that collapsed after 10 winters, others still standing strong. Every one is a hypothesis in wood. Every one is a prayer to a forgotten technique. And none of them are quite right. Because we're guessing. Educated guesses, skilled guesses, beautiful guesses. But guesses nonetheless. Because the prehistoric builders didn't leave us blueprints. They left circles. And in those circles, we walk. We imagine. We build again. And still we wonder, what did it feel like to look up from the hearth? To see smoke curling into that peak? To hear rain on the thatch and know that you were safe, warm, dry? What held it all together? Not just the roof, the knowledge. Because once, someone knew And now? We're just archaeologists in the rain, staring at a ring of stone, trying to guess where the sky once began. And while the roof builders of Britain left us with questions carved in mud and soot, far to the east, another civilization was painting paradise. With water. And no one, not even our best engineers, can fully explain how they made it flow. The lost knowledge of ancient Persian gardens, water features. It begins not with a tree, or a flower, or even a wall, but with a whisper of water. In the deserts and semi-arid plains of ancient Persia, where heat crushes the horizon and dust clings to the bones of empires, there once existed green worlds, gardens. But not just any gardens, engineered Edens, artificial paradises carved out of desolation, geometrically perfect, lush beyond reason, and humming with the sound of running water that had no earthly business being there. The Persians called them paradisa, walled enclosures, sacred spaces, pleasure gardens, and from that word through Old Persian, Greek, and Latin way, get paradise. Yes, literally. Heaven, in the Western imagination, is linguistically rooted in the gardens of ancient Persia. And here's the mystery. How did they do it? How did the Persians build self-contained ecosystems in environments that today can barely sustain shrubs? How did they channel water from mountains, through the dry, cracked crust of the earth, to fountains that still splash after 2,000 years? Because while we've inherited the aesthetics of Persian gardens, the quadripartite layout, the cypress trees, the rose beds, the tiled pavilions, the real genius was invisible, underground. It was all about water, not just having it, moving it, controlling it, making it dance. And the technology that made it possible? Mostly gone, or worse, only half understood. Let's talk about the qanat. The qanat was one of the most sophisticated hydraulic engineering systems of the ancient world. A gently sloping underground tunnel, sometimes stretching for kilometers, that tapped into mountain aquifers and conveyed water via gravity alone, without pumps, without pressure, silently and steadily, to where it was needed. The concept sounds simple. The execution? Not remotely. These weren't natural caves. They were hand-dug tunnels, descending through layers of rock and sediment at precise gradients. Too shallow, and the water stagnated. Too steep, and it surged and broke. Perfect slope, 1 meter every 1,000. Engineers had to map the terrain, predict the location of subterranean water tables, dig vertical access shafts, sometimes hundreds of them spaced like pinholes across the desert. And they did this in the dark, without modern surveying tools, often from inside the tunnel itself. Some qanats were over 50 kilometers long. Let that sink in. 50 kilometers of hand-dug underground aqueduct, through solid earth, maintaining a perfect slope, with no pumps, no motors, no electric anything. And when the water emerged, it wasn't dumped into canals. It was woven into art. That's where the gardens came in. The Persian garden was a machine, a climatic control system, a living sculpture, a political statement. And every single one was powered by hidden hydraulics. The classic Persian garden follows a geometric layout, usually divided into 4 quadrants by 2 main channels, intersecting at a central fountain or pool. This is not just for beauty. It reflects Chahar Bagh, the 4 gardens of the Quranic paradise. Symbolism, yes, but also thermodynamics. These channels didn't just carry water, they cooled the air. The layout created airflow patterns. Water moving through narrow rills created evaporation, which cooled the surfaces. Shaded walkways trapped this cooler air. In the blistering heat of summer, a Persian garden could be several degrees cooler than the surrounding city. This wasn't coincidence. It was science, applied architecture, and most of that science, lost. Let's take an example. The Finn Garden of Kashan, still standing today, still watered by a qanat dug centuries ago. It contains a set of stone channels that direct water not just across the garden, but up. Water runs from pools into vertical jets fountains powered not by electricity, but by pressure from the underground tunnel system. That's right. Ancient Persian fountains used water pressure generated by elevation differences in underground tunnels. The vertical shafts of the qanat acted like pressure regulators. No pipes, no turbines. Just gravity, velocity, and precision angles. And here's where it gets even stranger. Some Persian gardens were constructed on flat land, no mountains, no elevation. And yet they still had fountains. How? That's the mystery. Modern engineers have tried to reverse engineer these systems. Some think they used pressure reservoirs buried cisterns that created vertical drop inside an artificial landscape. Others suggest siphon techniques, though no hard evidence survives. It's a case of the effect being clear the cause, obscured. The systems worked for centuries. And then, the knowledge vanished. Maybe it was colonization, maybe modernization, maybe the slow erosion of oral transmission. Whatever the reason, the precise methods for building, calibrating, and maintaining these systems are no longer fully understood. Even existing qanats are dying. They require maintenance cleaning, reshaping, checking for collapse. The people who knew how to do that, vanishing. The profession of qanat degara master craftsperson in ancient times is now almost extinct. And so, we're left with fragments. Gardens that still bloom, but whose veins are drying. Blueprints sketched from ruins. Assumptions instead of instructions. And what makes it worse is that the water wasn't just functional. It was metaphysical. In Persian cosmology, water is sacred. It purifies. It connects the physical to the divine. In Zoroastrianism, water is one of the holy elements. In Islam, it becomes the symbol of paradise. So when you walked through a Persian garden, you weren't just admiring irrigation. You were walking through a map of heaven. The sounds of water weren't background noise, they were ritual, movement, time itself. Many gardens were laid out to create different sonic experiences as you walk, streams rushing, trickling, splashing, humming. Each turn changed the music. Some believe the placement of fountains was designed not just for cooling, but for resonance where sound waves would bounce off walls, pavilions, and water surfaces in orchestrated harmony. We'll never know for sure. Because no treatise survives. No engineering manual from the Achaemenid or Sassanid eras. Just poetry. Gardens, ruins. In the Shahnameh, the Persian national epic, kings build gardens to tame the wild, not just as rulers of land but of chaos. A garden was order, geometry imposed on nature, and the water? Proof of mastery, of divine favor. When Alexander invaded Persia, one of the things he took note of beyond the gold and the fire temples was the gardens. He imported the concept. Hellenistic kings built paradisoi. The Romans copied them. Islamic rulers reimagined them. Mughal emperors in India took the design and raised it to new heights. Think the Taj Mahal. But the original engineering? Still peerless. And still partially inexplicable. Because while we can mimic the layout and replicate the look, the soul of the Persian garden is hidden, underground, in the dark, in the precision slopes of forgotten qanats, in the pressure chambers whose math was never written down. Every functioning Persian garden today is a ghost of an older knowledge, a copy of a copy, a system that still works, but whose designers left no signature. And maybe that's the most Persian thing of all. To build paradise, and then disappear into it. But while Persia coaxed heaven from dust, the Roman war machine was brewing something far more violent. Artillery. And the secrets of its deadly precision? Still not fully understood. The Roman ballistae, precision and range. In a world before gunpowder, before rifling, before laser sights and smart bombs, the Romans engineered something terrifying. They called it the ballista. It looked like a cross between a giant crossbow and a mechanical beast. A siege engine made of oak and iron, sinew and twisted rope. It could hurl heavy bolts or stone spheres over walls, through armor, into crowds, silent until the moment it struck, precise enough to pick off a single soldier, powerful enough to collapse a parapet. And here's the part that still baffles modern engineers. We don't know exactly how it worked. Not entirely. We can guess, reconstruct, test. But the true effectiveness, the real range, the pinpoint accuracy, the engineering tricks baked into Roman ballista remain, to this day, one of antiquity's most haunting technological mysteries. Because the surviving evidence is fragmentary. Because the Romans didn't write manuals. Because the ballista wasn't just a machine. It was a weaponized secret. Let's break it down. The ballista was a torsion-powered artillery piece. Unlike a bow, which stores energy in a flexing limb, the ballista stored energy in twisted skeins bundles of sinew or hair or rope wound tight between two vertical arms. These arms were then pulled back by a winch system. The projectile, a bolt, a dart, sometimes even a stone ball was placed in a groove between the arms. When released, the arms snapped forward, launching the missile with frightening speed and force. At least, that's the theory. Because we've never found a fully intact Roman ballista. We found parts, metal fragments, bolts, stone shots, components of the winch mechanisms, descriptions from Greek engineers like Hero of Alexandria and Roman writers like Vitruvius. But none of it tells us exactly how far they fired, how precise they were, how they were aimed, calibrated, transported, maintained. What we do know is that the Romans used them everywhere. On siege lines, on towers, on ships, at field encampments. Some were massive, designed to batter down gates. Others were small enough to be mounted on wagons or shoulders. The smaller versions, sometimes called scorpiones, were said to be capable of killing a man at 300 paces. But that's the problem. What does 300 paces mean? Is that 300 feet? 300 meters? A Roman pace is roughly 5 feet. So maybe 1,500 feet? Over a quarter of a mile? That seems excessive? Or does it? Because some modern reconstructions have achieved insane performance. Let's talk about that. In the 1990s, a team of experimental archaeologists built a ballista based on surviving fragments found at Hatra in modern-day Iraq, combined with descriptions from ancient texts. They used natural sinew, oak frames, and iron fittings. The result? The weapon could launch a 2.5-pound bolt over 500 meters. Accurately. We're talking about a piece of wood and rope, without a sight or barrel, hitting targets at longer distances than some modern handguns. And it gets weirder. Some reconstructions show that ballistae could not only fire straight, but with vertical arc-slobbing projectiles over walls like mortars. Others were mounted on swivels, allowing for rapid repositioning. Some had elevation gears. Others used tension calibrator small adjustments in the torsion bundles that changed range and power. This wasn't brute force. It was finesse. And yet, the Roman sources say almost nothing about how they calibrated these machines. How did they measure tension? How did they ensure symmetry in the skeins? How did they factor in wind, weight, humidity? None of that survives. We know Roman engineers used tools levels, plumb lines, measuring rods, but how those applied to ballistic calibration? That's lost. Let's look at a field example. The Siege of Masada. When the Romans besieged this desert fortress in 73 CE, they brought ballistae. Lots of them. Archaeologists have found dozens of stone balls scattered around the cytsum embedded in walls. The distribution pattern suggests sustained targeted fire over days. And yet, Many balls didn't hit. Why? Were they suppressive fire? Was accuracy lower than we think? Or were the Romans using different trajectory-sarking fire to intimidate, not to kill? We don't know. Another example, Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul. Caesar describes using ballistae in field battles, not just sieges. That implies mobility, setup speed, precision under pressure. But again, no detail. It's like Caesar didn't want to tell us. Like the ballista was proprietary tech, military IP. And maybe it was. Rome wasn't in the habit of giving away secrets. If a device gave them an edge, they guarded it. Which is why, even though ballistae were adaptations of earlier Greek designs, the Roman versions were better. More portable, more powerful, more feared. And here's where it gets chilling. Some accounts claim that expert crews could use ballistae to pick off individual soldiers from walls. Imagine that. You're standing on a battlement, watching an enemy army build siege ramps. Suddenly, a bolt the size of a broomstick slams into the wall beside you, then another, closer, and then your comrade head gone. This isn't indiscriminate fire. This is sniping. From 300 meters. With a wooden machine operated by hand and rope. That kind of precision suggests more than good luck. It suggests trained crews, artillerymen who understood trajectory, tension, timing, who practiced, who aimed not at crowds, but at hearts. And yet, we don't know their names. They weren't celebrated. They were part of the machinery of war. But maybe that's the key. The ballista wasn't just a weapon. It was a team. You needed operators, engineers, loaders, calibrators. It wasn't like pulling a trigger. It was like playing a giant, deadly instrument, and each note had to be in tune. What happened to that knowledge? Gone. With the fall of Rome, the use of torsion artillery declined. Medieval engineers didn't preserve the tradition. Instead, they turned to tension weapons, longbows, crossbows, and later, gunpowder. The ballista became a curiosity, a relic, a rumor. Only in the Renaissance did people start to rebuild them, as experiments, toys, not as battlefield tools. By then, the art was lost. And yet, when modern engineers try to recreate these machines, they keep discovering something new, a better knot, a more efficient angle, a piece that changes everything. The ballista keeps teaching us, even now, because it wasn't just brute force. It was balance, tension, precision, and silence. Unlike catapults, which made noise, ballistae fired with a muted snap, a whisper of death. You didn't hear it until it hit, or didn't. Maybe that's why the Romans loved them. Because they weren't just about destruction. They were about control. And control, for Rome, was everything. They controlled the land, the sea, even the body. But their real triumph? Their mind. Even in medicine. Because Roman surgeons weren't butchers. They were artists. With tools so advanced, we still don't know how they kept them clean. The ancient Stone Age, microliths, specific uses. Microliths. The word sounds delicate, surgical, tiny, like something a watchmaker might drop behind a cogwheel and never see again. But these weren't modern parts. They were made of stone. And they're everywhere. Across Europe, Asia, Africa, buried in sediments older than cities, older than farming, older than metal, tiny shards of flint, chert, or obsidian, shaped, sharpened. Sometimes only a few centimeters long, sometimes crescent-shaped, sometimes triangular, often geometric, always deliberate. Microliths are one of the most common yet least understood artifacts of the late Stone Age, especially during the Mesolithic period, roughly 10,000 to 5,000 BCE, depending on region. And here's the puzzle. we still don't fully know what they were used for. They weren't knives. They weren't arrowheads at least. Not just. They were fragments of a toolkit we barely understand. They're like punctuation marks from a language no one alive can read. Because these things weren't tools, singular, they were components. Like Legos, like circuit boards. Pieces meant to be part of something bigger. But the bigger picture? Still missing. Let's start with the obvious. A microlith is a small, retouched flake of stone. Unlike larger Paleolithic tool-shand axes, blades, scrapers' microliths are usually less than 3 centimeters long. Many are intentionally broken into shapes: lunates, little moons, triangles, trapezoids. They're too small to use alone, too fragile to be handheld. Which means they were hafted mounted into wood, bone, or antler to form composite tools. Think of them as the razor blade in the utility knife. But here's where it gets strange. They show up in wildly different environments. Swamps, mountains, islands, plains. In toolkits from hunter-gatherers with no fixed homes, as well as from proto-farmers settling into villages. Across 5,000 years and multiple continents. Often identical in form, despite vast geographic separation. How did that happen? Convergent evolution? Shared knowledge? Or were microliths just that good? We've found them embedded in arrow shafts, spear tips, carving tools, sickles. Some were clearly used as barbs inserted into grooves in wood and glued in with resin, forming a jagged edge that could tear through meat or fiber. Others appear in patterns that suggest cutting surfaces, like prehistoric razor blades. Still, others are, we don't know. No haft, no residue, just a sliver of stone, sharp and shaped, lying in the dirt like a dropped thought. And then there's the numbers. Microliths weren't rare. Some Mesolithic sites contain thousands, entire fields of them, middens full of the stuff. That's not just waste, that's industry, mass production. Tool kits you assembled like IKEA furniture with modular parts swapped in and out. Some scholars think microliths were the first replaceable parts technology. You didn't resharpen your whole knife, you replaced the blade. Broke a barb on your arrow? Pull it out. Slot in a new one. Go. Efficient, elegant, and very, very modern. But again, this is theory. Because we don't have the handles, the shafts, the glue. Organic materials don't preserve well. What we have are the bits that survived. Stone. Everything else the context, the complete toolless guesswork. Informed, experimental, but still guesswork. Experimental archaeology has tried to bridge the gap. Modern researchers recreate microliths using ancient techniques: flint knapping, pressure flaking, resin hafting. They embed them into arrowheads. Test them on ballistic gel. Fire them into pig carcasses. And the results? Impressive. Microlith-tipped arrows penetrate well. The barbs cause severe internal damage. In composite knives, they slice plant fiber efficiently. In saw-like arrangements, they can cut through bone and hide. These weren't backup tools. They were primary tech. Which raises another question. Why go small? Paleolithic tools were big, bold, and heavy. Microliths are tiny, fragile, and fiddly. Why would advanced humans abandon the club for the splinter? Because size wasn't the point. Control was. Microliths were portable, flexible, replaceable, ideal for mobile foragers. You could carry a dozen in a pouch and fix your gear on the go. No need for renapping entire blades. No need for heavy cores. And that mobility, that modularity, it changed everything. Because once you can pack your toolkit, you can range farther, hunt better, set traps, fish, make nets. Some microliths might have been used in microneedles for stitching hides. Others in skinning tools. Some perhaps for delicate work like making baskets or carving figurines. We even find them in ritual contexts. Buried alongside the dead. aligned in patterns, painted with ochre. Microliths as more than just tools but as symbols, totemic objects, status markers, the kind of thing you don't just throw away. Even the word microlith is misleading. It implies simplicity. But these tools were complex both in manufacture and in cultural meaning. Some were heat-treated. Yes, you read that right. Mesolithic people intentionally baked stone to make it flake better. That requires fire control, timing, and knowledge of mineral behavior. You don't bake your rocks unless you know exactly what you're doing. Others show signs of being recycled. Old microliths reshaped into new forms, retouched, modified. These weren't disposable. They were durable. Yet still some have never been satisfactorily explained. Like the crescents, too fragile for barbs, too blunt for cutting, too curved to haft easily. What were they? Fishing gear? Jewelry? Gaming pieces? Lunar symbols? We don't know. Every museum drawer full of microliths is a drawer full of unsolved puzzles. And here's the real kicker. The rise of microliths coincides with a period of dramatic environmental change. As the Ice Age receded, landscapes shifted, forests grew, megafauna died off, people had to adapt, fast. Microliths appear in this transitional zone, a survival tool for a changing world. And maybe that's why they're so widespread. Because they worked. Because they were adaptable. Because they could be whatever you needed them to be. Knife, needle, barb, symbol. But the full story still eludes us. Because microliths don't speak. They don't carry inscriptions. They sit in boxes, in labs, in pits, waiting. And as we try to read them through use-wear analysis, residue testing, 3D modeling, we are still only scratching the surface. Because the people who made them left no books, no blueprints, just sharp edges and silence. And yet we keep trying, because in those fragments there is something undeniable, a whisper of ingenuity, a hint of intelligence, a sign that even the smallest tools can carry the weight of an entire world. And as we fumble with these tiny shards of prehistory, trying to guess how they fit, how they cut, how they were held, we realize something chilling. Microliths aren't relics. They're messages. And we haven't cracked the code. But while the Mesolithic toolkit remains enigmatic, buried in sediment and silence, the ancient dye vats of Mesopotamia once bloomed with color. Bright, saturated, vivid. And we still don't know how they did it. The lost knowledge of ancient Mesopotamian textile dyeing. Color, that thing you're surrounded by, that you wear, that you live inside, that you absorb without thinking. In the ancient world, color wasn't background. It was power. It was identity. It was magic. And in ancient Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, cradle of civilization, bureaucratic motherland of bricks and cuneiform color, was chemistry, alchemy, and an art form now almost entirely forgotten. Because the people of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria didn't just make textiles, they dyed them, in colors that dazzled, defined social class, and commanded gods. And today, we still don't know how. We know they dyed things. That's not the mystery. We've found mentions in tablets, traces in soil, a few surviving fibers here and there, clinging to pottery or tucked into graves. We know they had access to plants, minerals, insects, that they knew how to fix dye to cloth, that their priests wore blue, their kings purple, their idols cloaked in technicolor tapestries. But the recipes? Gone. The techniques? Dead. The true methods for producing long-lasting vibrant dyes on wool, flax, and other ancient fibers have evaporated like mist in a kiln. leaving behind nothing but references and riddles. Let's set the stage. Mesopotamia was not a land of natural abundance in the traditional sense. It had no vast forests, no marble quarries, but it had rivers, mud, grains, herds, and above all, order. The economy was tracked, measured, documented, everything had a ledger. And textiles? Textiles were economy. They were temple income, diplomatic currency, religious offering. Mesopotamia's women, especially temple women, were professional weavers, dyers, and finishers. City-states like and Lagash maintained massive textile workshops. Hundreds of workers, dozens of specializations, entire supply chains for cloth. And at the end of those chains, color. Dyeing wasn't a luxury. It was infrastructure. Tablets from the early 2nd millennium BCE list dyers by name. Some even mention payments for certain colors: reds, purples, yellows. But the ingredients, there's the catch. Many terms are ambiguous. One dye might be called mountain blood, another sun moss. Others are labeled simply black stone or bitter root. These names are poetic, beautiful, useless to modern chemists. We're left guessing. Were they madder root, indigo, woad, iron oxide, saffron, murex, insect scale? Could be. All of them. None of them. The words changed by region, by dialect, by time. The same tablet might call a plant one thing in Akkadian, another in Sumerian. And even if we identify the plant, we still don't know how they used it. Because dyeing is chemistry. You don't just rub a flower on fabric and expect it to stay. You need more dense substances that bind dye to fiber, a loom, tannins, iron salts. You need process, temperature, pH, timing, sequence. And even today, those processes are hard to master. Ancient Mesopotamians had none of our tools. No thermometers, no litmus tests, no electronic scales. And yet they dyed cloth so vividly that some scraps have retained color after 3,000 years in the dirt. How? Let's dig into the few things we do know. Tablet records mention dyed wool in various colors. Red, possibly from madder root or safflower. Blue, likely from indigo or woadbutt. How did they extract it? Purple, maybe from sea snails, like the famed Tyrian purple, though there's little direct evidence in Mesopotamia. Yellow, probably from weld, pomegranate rind, or turmeric. Green, which is tricky, it usually requires layering dyes. Yellow plus blue, a process that's easy to screw up. But the trick wasn't just getting the color. It was making it stick. And that's where the real mystery blooms. Because dyeing wool is not like painting. The dye has to bond with the fiber. That requires cleaning the fiber, scouring, mordanting the fiber, prepping it with a chemical binder, extracting the dye from the plant or mineral source, heating or soaking the fiber in the dye bath, rinsing, drying, fixing. Modern reproductions, using guessed-at methods, often produce faded, muddy results. Not the electric crimsons or deep violets described in ancient hymns. So something's missing. Maybe a step, maybe a technique, maybe a substance. Ancient tablets mention things like urine from fasting men, ash water, milk of the black goat, and oil of the mountain fig. These sound bizarre, but they could be essential. Urine contains ammonia, excellent for cleaning fibers and adjusting pH. Ash water? That's lye, a natural alkali, changes dye chemistry. Goat milk? Possibly a fat used in post-dye finishing. Fig oil? A softener, a sealant. But none of these are explained. They're just listed. Because everyone already knew. It wasn't secret. It was tradition. Until it wasn't. And then it was gone. The only real source we have on the how comes from later periods, Egyptian and Greek texts, Roman manuals like Pliny's Natural History. But by then, the Mesopotamian dye tradition was already ancient, echoed perhaps, but no longer understood. Even the archaeological record teases us. In 2014, archaeologists found traces of dyed wool in a burial in northern Mesopotamia. The fiber was preserved by copper, salts likely from jewelry. Under the microscope, it still glowed faintly red. Analysis showed the presence of alizarinone anthraquinone dye, probably from madder. But how was it fixed? Unknown. No mordant residue. No instructions. Just the red. Haunting us. Experimental archaeologists have tried to recreate Mesopotamian dyeing based on indirect evidence. Some use mud brick vats, some boil plants in bronze pots, some soak wool for days in mordants before dyeing. Results vary. Sometimes brilliant, sometimes sad, but never conclusive. And here's the cultural part. Mesopotamian dyes weren't just for clothing. They dyed ritual cloths, banners, robes for statues, even temple offerings. Color was hierarchy. The deeper the shade, the higher your status. Faded cloth was shame. Bright dye was divinity. And some colors were restricted, reserved. You didn't just wear purple unless you had a reason. You didn't wrap a god's idol in brown. Color was coded. And the dye itself? Expensive. Laborious. A statement. A red tunic meant you had resources. A blue sash meant connections. A purple fringe meant access to something and someone powerful. And then there's the symbolism. In Mesopotamian cosmology, colors weren't decorative. They were cosmic. Black for the underworld. White for the moon. Red for blood, war, and life. Blue for the divine, the sky, the sacred. The goddess Etana wore red and gold. The god Enlil's robe shimmered with blue. To wear dyed clothing wasn't just fashion. It was theology. And all of it depended on techniques we've lost. Methods passed from mother to daughter, dyer to apprentice, priestess to novicand, then erased. Maybe by conquest. Maybe by cultural collapse. Maybe by the slow erosion of oral tradition. But here's what remains. A red thread in the dirt. A faded scrap of wool in a tomb. A list on a tablet that says, "To the temple of Ishtar woe lengths dyed with the bitter flower, one length with the blood of the root." And that's all. No how. No why. Just color. Gone. And now, thousands of years later, we sit in labs, running spectroscopy on ancient fiber, trying to see what they saw. We read the tablets. We mix the flowers. We boil the pots. And, we still can't quite make it right. The color is off. The fix is weak. The glow is missing. Because it wasn't just chemistry. It was memory. And we lost it. But where the Mesopotamians painted cloth with forgotten color, the Romans raised buildings to the clouds. Tenement towers. Multi-story marvels. And the terrifying truth? We don't know how safe they were. The Roman insulae. Multi-story apartment building safety. In the modern mind, Rome is all arches and aqueducts, temples and triumphal columns. We picture clean-cut legions, marble-clad forums, domes echoing with oratory. But that was Rome's face. Its bones were different. Its bones were brick. And its lungs were filled with smoke from 1,000 crowded windows stacked in vertical rows across the skyline Rome's insulae. Apartment buildings. Mass housing? Skyscrapers by ancient standards. These were not the palatial villas of the elite. These were the homes of the everyday, the plebs, the workers, the renters, and they weren't one-story shacks. They weren't huts. They were 4, 5, sometimes 6 or 7 stories tall. Let that land. In the 1st century CE, ancient Rome had buildings as tall as 70 feet, made of brick, stone, wood, with no elevators, no reinforced concrete, no safety standards. Just gravity, fire, rot, and human ambition. And the real mystery? How did they stand? And more chillingly, how often did they fall? Because for all Rome's engineering brilliance, for all the aqueducts and sewers and roads insulae were dangerously underregulated, incredibly dense, and constructed with materials and methods we still don't fully understand. We know they were common. We know they were crowded. We do not know how safe they were. And we definitely don't know how many collapsed. Let's begin with what an insula was. The word means island, and it makes sense. These buildings often filled an entire city block, surrounded by narrow alleys and streets, standing alone in a sea of people. They were modular, repeated, mass-produced, often rented floor by floor, room by room. The ground floor prime real estate was usually a shop, a tavern, a bakery. Above it, apartments. If you were rich, you lived on the 1st or 2nd floor. If you were poor, you climbed stairs. Lots of stairs. No railing, no lighting, just hope. Some insulae had internal courtyards. Others didn't. Some had running water, mostly on the lower floors. The upper levels hauled water up in buckets. Waste went down the same way. Sometimes through pipes. Sometimes out the window. Let's talk materials. The Romans used concrete, real concrete. Opus caementicium, mix of lime, volcanic ash, and aggregate that could set underwater. Brilliant stuff. Incredibly durable, but expensive. And most insulae didn't use much of it. They were built from cheaper materials. Brick, rubble, timber, mud mortar. The walls were thin. The beams were wooden. The floors sagged. The roofs leaked. And in a city where earthquakes were rare but fire was common, disaster was a matter of time. Ancient writers complained about them constantly. Seneca wrote about the noise from above, the stomping, the shifting, the constant movement. Juvenal joked about buildings collapsing randomly. Suetonius noted that Emperor Augustus limited their height to 70 Roman feet, about 20 meters, not for aesthetics, for safety. But did anyone enforce it? Not really. By the time of Emperor Nero, the situation was so bad that after the Great Fire of 64 CEs, that fire the rebuilding of Rome came with stricter building codes, fireproof walls, wider streets, limits on wood, and yet, 30 years later, writers are still talking about collapsing insulae, fires, unsafe conditions, the same problems, repeating. Because Rome was massive. And you can't legislate away greed. Landowners wanted more tenants. More tenants meant more rent. That meant more floors, more stories, crammed closer together, wood where there should be stone, shortcuts, tricks. And who lived in the upper levels? The poorest. They paid the least, lived the highest, died the fastest when things went wrong. Which brings us to the real mystery. How often did they fall? Because we know they did. But the records are silent. Not because no one wrote about them, but because no one cared. An insula collapses in a poor district? Who documents that? It wasn't news. It was Tuesday. There are no archaeological statistics, no insurance claims, just occasional mentions. Like the poet Martial, who describes a friend dying in a collapse. Or Cassius Dio, who offhandedly notes multiple building collapses in the reign of Tiberius. Or a legal code from the Digest of Justinian that lays out who's liable when a building falls and kills someone. Why have a law about that? Because it happened. Regularly. One study of Roman Ostiath, port city of Rome, found that of the multi-story insulae excavated, Many showed signs of later reinforcement, columns added, beams replaced, cracks patched with shoddy brick. Emergency retrofitting. In some cases, entire upper floors were removed to reduce weight. That's not maintenance. That's panic. And then there's fire. The ancient Roman city was a tinderbox. No electricity, no gas. Everything ran on flame, lamps, ovens, heaters. Combine that with wooden floors, paper-thin walls, densely packed stairwells, and open cooking fires, and you've got the world's deadliest apartment block. Fires spread fast. Firefighters visually sexisted, but they were slow, under-equipped, often corrupt. Sometimes they didn't put out the fire, they just stood there and negotiated with the building owner. Pay us, or your building burns. So, people died, and no one wrote their names. No grave markers, no lists, no censuses. Just the occasional mass of carbonized debris in an archaeological layer, the ghost of a floor, the shadow of a stairwell. Even the numbers are staggering. At its peak, Rome had over 1 million people. Most of them lived in insulae. Some estimates say there were over 40,000 of these buildings, and only a few survive in any form. Why? Because they fell. Because they burned. Because they were erased. In the 4th century CE, a law was passed requiring landlords to provide ladders, buckets, and water storage on each floor of their insulae. That's not urban planning. That's triage. Even emperors couldn't solve it. They built new aqueducts, improved roads, commissioned public baths. But the housing crisis never ended, because you can't outbuild desperation. And that's what insulae were. Not architectural marvels. Economic desperation in brick form. The Roman equivalent of a tenement slum. And yet they were astonishing. They had plumbing. They had balconies. They had light wells and courtyards. They were feats of engineering squeezed into urban chaos. They were vertical villages. They were community. And they were dangerous. A fire trap, a collapse hazard, a maze of squealing floors and crumbling walls and shouted arguments through thin plaster. And in the middle of all that, life. People cooking, arguing, singing, loving, dying. 1 million lives stacked on top of each other. And we still don't know how many floors these buildings really had. How many people they could safely hold. How often they buckled under the weight of their own ambition. But we do know this. Rome reached for the sky. And sometimes it fell. But while its apartments teetered, its looms hummed. And on distant shores, in palaces paved with labyrinths, the Minoans left behind thousands of clay weights, loom weights. And the textiles they anchored are still a mystery. The ancient Minoan, loom weights, textile production details. The first thing you hear is the wind. Dry, salty, insistent. It howls through the open halls of Knossos, whispering through the broken columns and shattering against the painted walls. The sea is nearby, always just out of view, but never out of mind. Crete is the stage, and the Minoans, they built the set, and then they vanished. But not before they left behind one of the most persistent archaeological puzzles in textile history. Loom weights. Clay, round, sometimes pyramidal, sometimes donut-shaped, often pierced through the center, sometimes stamped or marked, found in piles, in lines, in corners of what used to be workrooms. Thousands of them, and we still don't know exactly how they were used. Or what they were used to make? Welcome to the mystery of Minoan textiles, the colors and patterns of a vanished wardrobe. Because while the frescoes of Minoan women swirl with patterned skirts and flowing sashes, and while linear A tablets reference wool and dyes and cloth distribution, the actual fabric? Gone. Not a thread remains. Not a single fiber of Minoan linen or wool has survived in a way that lets us reverse engineer their weaving techniques. No complete looms, no weaver's manuals, just the weights. And so, we are left with clay anchors and an avalanche of questions. Let's talk about what we do know. The loom weights date primarily from the Middle to Late Minoan periods, roughly 2000 to 1450 BCE. They're ubiquitous on Crete, particularly in major palatial centers like Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, and Zakros. They appear in storage rooms, in domestic contexts, in what look like specialized workshops. They vary in size and weight from feather light to over a kilogram. And they're almost always found in groups. Rows of them, clusters, sometimes in situ, still arranged as if the loom had just been taken down or abandoned mid-use. That's where the theories start. Most scholars agree that these weights were used in vertical, warp-weighted loomsa style of weaving device, where the vertical threads, the warp, are suspended from a top beam, and the weights keep them taut. The weft, the horizontal threadis, woven through the taut warps. So far, so good. But how did the Minoans arrange these weights? How many threads per weight? What was the average thread density? Were the looms for household use or mass production? Were they weaving linen, wool, mixed fibers? All of these questions explode from the simple presence of small clay donuts on the floor. Let's take them one at a time. First, warp density. Based on the diameter of loom weights and their estimated tension capacity, some archaeologists suggest Minoan textiles may have had anywhere from 6 to 20 warp threads per weight. That's a huge range. The finer the threads, the more you can group together per weight. But what were they weaving? Frescoes show clothing that appears pleated, layered, dyed, and even patterned with floral or geometric motifs. Some skirts flare, some cling. The robes are colored in rich reds, whites, blues. The implication is advanced textile capability, multiple types of fabric, each suited for different styles. And yet, we don't know the fiber content. Linen derived from flax was common in Egypt and probably imported to Crete, but it's tricky to dye and needs high-tension looms. Wool, on the other hand, was the fiber of choice for much of the Mediterranean course, elastic, warm. Sheep bones are common in Minoan archaeological strata. Linear A tablets reference wool as both tax and tribute. But linen and wool behave differently. You can't weave them the same way. Loom tension matters. So does the weight. Were the Minoans using different loom weights for different fabrics? Or was there a universal standard? Some sites show weight sets that are uniform. Others show a range of sizes, suggesting either multi-purpose looms or imprecise mass production. Next, the looms themselves. Vertical warp-weighted looms aren't unique to Minoans. Variants are known across Europe and the Near East. But we've never found a complete Minoan loom, just post holes, impressions, and the weights. Reconstructions suggest a vertical wooden frame, likely leaning against a wall, with warp threads tied to a horizontal beam and the weights hanging below. This setup allows for long textile sup to the height of the loom itself. But how wide were they? That depends on the width of the loom, which depends on the room, which depends on interpretation. Most estimates range from 0.5 meter to 2 meters wide, but that's a guess. Now consider the weights themselves. Some have decorative stamps patterns pressed into the clay before firing. Others are marked with symbols. Some bear linear A inscriptions. Were they batch numbers, ownership marks, loom IDs, or something else? Were they sacred? There's a possibility that some loom weights served ritual purposes offered to goddesses of weaving, fertility, or trade. We know Minoan religion was deeply intertwined with domestic and economic life. Weaving was not just survival, it was sacred labor. In some contexts, loom weights were found in shrine-like settings, clustered near figurines or altars. And then there's the social angle. Who were the weavers? Most likely women. In much of the ancient world, textile production was a female-dominated craft, passed from mother to daughter, from mistress to servant. But in Minoan Crete, it might have been more complex. Some palatial complexes appear to have designated weaving workshops rooms with benches, dye basins, and hundreds of loom weights. This suggests industrial-scale production. For trade, for tribute, for export, and perhaps for bureaucracy. Because linear A tablets still, undeciphered recur around textile contexts, lists, inventories, totals. Someone was counting, measuring, controlling the output of thread, cloth, garments. This wasn't a cottage industry. It was a textile economy, an empire in wool and linen. And yet we have no idea what a Minoan shirt felt like. We don't know the weave pattern. We don't know the twist of the yarn. We don't know if the cloth was coarse or smooth, scratchy or soft, heavy or gauzy. We only know that the clothes looked fabulous in frescoes, and that the weights remain, like tombstones for vanished thread. Here's a final twist. In a few rare cases, loom weights have been found reused in walls, in foundations, as doorstops, like their original purpose had been forgotten, like the loom itself had died, and its bones recycled. 1,000 weights. No thread, and yet they persist. Each one a question, each one a possibility. They sit in museum drawers, in storage trays, in dig sites, waiting. And we still don't know what they once held taut, what garments they shaped, what stories they anchored. We can only guess. We can only reconstruct. We can only imagine the Minoan weaver pulling thread through warp, shifting weight, adjusting tension, building cloth one pass at a time, in a room filled with rhythm and rustle. And when the palace burned because they all burned, the loom fell. The thread disintegrated, and only the weights remained. Like anchors of a lost industry. Silent, patient, incomplete. But while the Minoans bound their weft with unseen precision, the Egyptians were crafting something just as ephemeral and just as enduring. Paper, papyrus, and the glue that held their scrolls together? Still a mystery. The lost knowledge of ancient Egyptian papyrology, adhesive. At the center of every ancient Egyptian scroll, behind every scribal hand, beneath every spell, tax record, or pharaoh's decree, there's something quiet, something unassuming, something you've never noticed. Glue. Invisible, essential, forgotten. Because while the world marvels at the pyramids, while it deciphers hieroglyphs and gawks at golden masks, it forgets that the Egyptians invented not just the ink but the page. Papyrus scrolls were the internet of their age. They transmitted medicine, theology, love poems, criminal charges, shopping lists. They connected temple to temple, city to city, God to man. And to build them, you needed more than reeds. You needed glue. But what was it? That's the mystery. We know how they made papyrus in general terms. Cut the reed, strip it, soak it, press it into overlapping horizontal and vertical layers, dry it under pressure, burnish it smooth. Right. Simple, right? Wrong. Because papyrus wasn't just a plant mat. It was a machine. A composite material, organic fibers fused into a thin, pliable, writable surface. And when scrolls needed to be extended, sometimes to 20 meters or more, individual sheets had to be joined. That's where the adhesive came in. And that's what we don't fully understand. No surviving Egyptian text explains the exact ingredients or techniques used to glue papyrus sheets together. No workshop manuals, no scribal diaries, no temple blueprints. Just the finished product. So we're left reverse engineering. We know papyrus was made from the Cyperus papyrus plant abundant along the Nile. The stem was cut into thin strips, soaked in water to loosen the fibers, and laid out in perpendicular layers. The pressing and drying process likely caused some natural adhesion plant sap, starches, and physical pressure, creating initial bonds. But that only works for making one sheet. What about joining multiple sheets into scrolls? That required something more. Some scholars believe the Egyptians may have relied entirely on the natural stickiness of the papyrus plant itself, its internal starches, gums, or pectin-like substances. The soaking process might have activated these compounds, and pressing under heavy stone slabs could have sealed the sheets together without additional glue. Others disagree, because microscopic analysis of scroll joints sometimes shows different chemical signatures from the papyrus layers themselves, suggesting the presence of additives. But what kind? Animal glue? Fish-based collagen? Plant resins? Sugar solutions? We don't know. No recipe survives. And attempts to recreate ancient papyrus using only pressure and water sometimes fail to produce strong, flexible joins, especially for large scrolls. Experimental archaeologists and conservators have tried everything: fig sap, date syrup, flour paste, gelatin, animal glues. Some combinations work temporarily, but they're inconsistent. Too brittle, too flexible, too dark, too greasy. The balance is delicate, because the joint can't just hold, it has to survive. Egypt's scrolls lasted millennia in tombs and deserts. They endured floods, fire, insects. The glue didn't just bind, it had to resist. That suggests knowledge. Real, empirical, practical chemistry. And the Egyptians had it. This is a civilization that mastered mummification, pigment stabilization, glass making, faience glazing. Of course, they understood adhesion. They just didn't tell us how. And maybe they didn't need to. Maybe the recipe was common knowledge, oral tradition passed among scribes and artisans. Maybe it varied by region. Maybe it was so obvious to them they didn't think to write it down. Like asking a modern person to write a manual for duct tape. But even beyond the adhesive, there's a deeper mystery in papyrology. How did they manage scroll consistency? Some Egyptian scrolls are seamless, 20, 30 pages long, joined so perfectly that the seams are nearly invisible. That's not just glue, that's alignment, that's calibration. Were scribes trained to spot perfect grain direction? Did they measure water content by hand? Did they press using fixed weights? How many people were involved in a single scroll's construction? And what happened when it went wrong? We have no mention of failed glue jobs, no rejected scrolls, no warnings. Do not read past seam 7, risk of unraveling. Just perfection. Again and again. Which implies specialization. Papyrus making wasn't casual. It was industrial. Papyrus factories existed, especially in towns like Bubastis and Memphis. Entire quarters were devoted to production. Papyrus wasn't just a writing surface, it was a state commodity, exported, traded, taxed. It was intellectual infrastructure, and glue held it together. The economic impact was massive, because the Egyptians didn't just make papyrus for themselves, they exported it to Greece, to Rome, to the Near East, and the glue, whatever it waste, traveled with it. There are Roman texts on Egyptian papyrus, Jewish prayers, Greek philosophies, all bound by invisible Egyptian chemistry. And still we don't know how it was made. Let's go darker. What if it wasn't just one formula? What if the adhesive changed over time? From Old Kingdom to Ptolemaic era span of over 2,000 years, methods could have shifted. Early dynasties might have used plant gums. Later ones, fish glue. What survives today might be biased toward whatever happened to work best in tombs and temples. Maybe the real glue, the everyday formula, didn't survive because it wasn't used in elite contexts. And what if the glue was part of a sacred process? We know scribes were holy figures. Writing wasn't just administration, it was magic. Scrolls contained spells, contracts with gods. The Book of the Dead was more than literature, it was survival. Would they have used ordinary glue? Or something consecrated? Something alchemical? Even symbolic? Could certain resins have been chosen not for stickiness, but for their spiritual associations? Frankincense, myrrh, resin from the sycamore fig, a tree sacred to Hathor. We don't know. We probably never will. And yet we keep trying, because ancient papyrus is still being discovered. In caves, in tombs, in forgotten storerooms. And with it, sometimes tiny clues, chemical residues, flakes of adhesive, stains where two sheets met, microscopic breadcrumbs from a lost process. And one day maybe we'll find the final recipe. A scroll, a note, a scribe's idle doodle. To glue papyrus, boil the sap of the Nile rose, mix with. Until then, we guess. We test. We glue. We fail. And somewhere, in the quiet folds of time, the answer waits. Held together by the simplest thing in the world. A bond. Not just physical, but intellectual. Civilizational. One sheet to another. One thought to the next. And speaking of water, structure, and the unseen, the Romans had another mystery up their sleeves. They farmed fish in ponds with such control and success that today we're still scratching our heads at how they managed it. The Roman fish ponds, pisciculture methods. The Romans were obsessed with control. Control of land, water, people, time. They measured the world in units and turned nature into grids, straight roads, ordered cities, regulated trade, domesticated deities. And nowhere is that need for domination more unexpectedly elegant or confusing than in their fish ponds. Yes, fish ponds. Not puddles. Not ponds in the casual, suburban sense. These were engineered coastal lagoons, artificial basins, and rock-cut basements that didn't just hold fish, they farmed them. Fat, fresh, and available on demand. The Roman elite didn't just want seafood. They wanted predictable seafood. Tamed seafood. Seafood that answered to their schedules, not Poseidon's whims. And so, in villas dotting the Italian coastline and beyond, they built piscinae. And we still don't fully understand how they worked. Let's paint the picture. Imagine you're a Roman senator in the late Republic. You've just wrapped up a session in the Curia. You're tired. You want to relax. So you retreat to your seaside villa in Campania. And there, carved directly into the coastal rock, is your private fish pond. The water glistens. The mullet are fat. The eels swim slow and lazy. Dinner is a net away. Your slaves haul in a catch without touching the open sea. But this isn't just a bathtub with fish. It's a climate-controlled, salinity-balanced, tidal-synchronized aquacultural engine. A system. A mystery. Because the deeper we dig into these structures, their design, their locations, their surviving remnants, the more questions we have. Let's talk design. Roman fish ponds came in all shapes and sizes. Some were dug directly into coastal bedrock and filled by the sea. Others were inland, supplied by diverted saltwater channels or brackish springs. Some had sluice gates to regulate flow. Others had settling tanks, sediment traps, water towers. They weren't just ponds, they were systems. Integrated water management tools. Which brings us to the puzzle. How did they maintain the delicate balance of salinity, temperature, oxygenation, and cleanliness required to keep fish alive and thriving? Because fish are picky. Too much fresh water and they bloat. Too much salt and they suffocate. Stagnant water turns toxic. Warm water loses oxygen. Cold water slows metabolism. And yet, Roman authors like Varro, Columella, and Pliny the Elder describe fish ponds teeming with life, species cultivated with precision: mullet, eel, sea bass, oysters, even sea urchins. Some villas even had multiple ponds, each tailored to a different species. This wasn't hunting. This was husbandry. And it gets weirder. They fed the fish. On purpose. Some ponds had feeding schedules. One villa inscription describes a slave appointed solely to manage the feeding of lampreys. Others mention using barley, flour, blood, and even other fish as feedstock. The elite tracked fish health, monitored breeding. And get this, some fish were pets. There's a recorded case of a Roman noblewoman who wept when one of her beloved mullets died. Others trained their eels to respond to feeding bells. That's not fishing. That's domestication. But here's the real enigma: water flow. Some of these fish ponds had no obvious inlet or outlet, and yet the fish didn't die. That suggests hidden mechanisms. Pipes beneath the rock, tidal basins with siphons, subsurface channels driven by natural pressure. Ancient sources hint at complex hydrodynamics. One villa, attributed to Licinius Murena, had a fish pond that actually used sea tides to flush and refill tanks through a system of valves and grates. Some had bronze grills to prevent escape fine enough to trap fish, wide enough to let water circulate. But the systems don't survive in full. We have ruins, fragments, carved channels, collapsed sluices, and guesses. Because the real engineering, the pipes, the valves, the fine controls were made of wood, clay, and bronze, and those decay, corrode, disappear. So modern reconstructions can only guess. How did they oxygenate the water? How did they regulate temperature? Were they using natural gradients? Forced flow? Ram pumps? Unknown. Here's another wrinkle. Some ponds were connected to underground tanks. That's right. Fish cellars, subterranean chambers where water was cooler, more stable. Fish could be stored alive for weeks. Some scholars believe these acted as ancient refrigeration live pantries, essentially. You didn't kill the fish until dinner. Until then, they swam, preserved in the dark. Even more bizarre, some fish ponds were built far inland. How did they get salt water? Did they cart it in? Were there subterranean aquifers? Did they use brackish river estuaries? No one knows. But the fish lived. The system worked. And then it vanished. Because Roman fish farming wasn't just about food. It was status. A display. A flex. Cicero once mocked his rival Hortensius for spending more on his fish pond than on his library. Pliny the Elder grumbled that Roman nobles loved their fish more than their servants. Seneca noted that one aristocrat screamed when a thunderstorm threatened to disrupt his fish's breeding cycle. This was conspicuous consumption at a biological level. You weren't rich until your dinner had a name and lived in its own pool. And when Rome fell, so did the ponds. Not all at once, but gradually, as maintenance slipped, as systems collapsed, as the knowledge of sluice gate calibration and tidal synchronization died with the last villa slave trained to operate them. Some ponds silted in, others were looted for stone. Most were forgotten, and when Renaissance scholars came upon them, they didn't recognize what they were. Fish farms? From antiquity? Absurd. Except they weren't. They were real, advanced, beautiful. And today, we're still piecing them together, studying watermarks on stone, analyzing flow patterns, running simulations, trying to understand how people 2,000 years ago achieved something we consider modern: aquaculture, controlled ecosystems, resource predictability, marine engineering, all without electricity, without plastic, without a pH meter, just gravity, tides, bronze tools, and knowledge. Gone, but not entirely. Because when we dive into these ancient pools, when we trace their channels and follow their tunnels, we realize something profound. The Romans weren't just engineers of stone. They were engineers of life, of behavior, of biological systems wrapped in cultural context. And the more we study their fish ponds, the more we realize how much we've forgotten. But if they could train fish to live on a schedule, imagine what they buried. Imagine the ritual, the grave goods, the horse. Because in the windswept steppes of Eurasia, the Scythians buried their warriors not alone but with stallions. And the full meaning of those horse burials? Still unclear. The ancient horse burials of the Scythians. It begins with a hole in the ground. Not a grave. Not at first. Just a pit dug into the frozen soil of the Eurasian steppe. The wind howls over the grasslands. The earth resists. It is late autumn, and winter is coming hard, but the work does not stop. Because the warrior is dead, and the horses are waiting. This is Scythian land vast, wild, bitterly cold in winter, and brutally hot in summer. The nomads who lived here from roughly the 9th century BCE to the 1st century CE were not farmers. They were riders. Archers, raiders, traders, artists, poets of blood and wind. And when they buried their dead, especially the elite, they didn't just dig a grave. They built a monument, a kurgan, a burial mound. And at the heart of these kurgans, among gold, weapons, embroidered garments, and remnants of sacrificed retainers, archaeologists began to find something extraordinary. Horse burials. Not one or two. Dozens. Sometimes over 100. Each horse laid with care. Positioned. Decorated. Adorned with harnesses, bronze plaques, leather masks, even full-body coverings. Their skulls painted. Their bodies arranged in rows. Symmetrical. Ceremonial. Why? That's the mystery. Because we know the Scythians were equestrian people. That's not in question. Herodotus describes them as born on horseback. Their arrows, he writes, struck with a whisper from impossible distances. Their mobility was legendary, their culture inseparable from their mounts. But why bury them? Why so many? Why so lavishly? There are theories, but no certainty. Let's start with what we've found. In the Altai Mountains of modern-day Russia and Kazakhstan, in the frozen tombs of Pazyryk and Burel, preservation is near perfect. The permafrost has kept organic material intact for over 2 millennia. When archaeologists opened these tombs, they didn't just find bones. They found saddles, bridles, felt coverings, tattoos on skin. The horses still wore their gear. Some even had intricate masks grafted to resemble fantastical creatures. Griffins, deer, raptors. The effect would have been terrifying in motion. A cavalry charge of masked horses storming over the steppe, snorting steam, their heads transformed into monsters. And in death, that theater continued. Because these weren't haphazard burials. The horses were laid with care. Some in single rows, others in double file, always facing a direction, often toward the sunrise. A few were decapitated, possibly, as part of the ritual. Others were whole. Some graves had special chambers just for horses. In a few cases, horses were buried in tandem with humans, almost like a shared passage into the afterlife. And here's the detail that stops archaeologists cold. Many of the horses were young, prime age, healthy. They were not animals who had died of disease, or age, or battle. They were sacrificed, slaughtered for the tomb. And that raises the stakes. Because these weren't tokens, they were investments. Valuable, trained animals, killed not for meat or for trade, but for burial. Why? One idea: transportation. In Scythian cosmology, perhaps the dead needed their horses in the afterlife. Another: symbolism. Horses as status markers. The more you had in death, the more powerful you had been in life. A third theory: totemism. Maybe each horse had a spiritual connection with its owner. Killing the horse released its spirit, which then guided or protected the soul in the next world. All plausible, none proven. What we do know is that the horse was more than an animal. It was an extension of the self. And the gear these horses were buried with? It's next level. Some saddles were stuffed with deer hair, stitched with sinew, embroidered with mythic scenes, bits and stirrups of bronze, bells, tassels, harnesses too ornate for battle, clearly ceremonial. And the masks? Those are wild. Made of felt, leather, sometimes wood, painted in red, black, gold, attached to the bridle or even stitched to the skin, designed to transform the horse's head into that of a creature from myth. These masks suggest something more than utility. They suggest ritual, performance, belief, that the horse, in death, became something else, something sacred, a bearer of the soul, a beast of burden for the gods. And not all horses were the same. In some tombs, the horses are sorted by color. All bays, all duns, all chestnuts. In others, by size, or by gear quality. This implies selection, not random sacrifice, a curated procession, almost like a military parade or a funerary theater. And it gets stranger. In a few elite kurgans, the horses were buried around the perimeter, as if forming a barrier, a wall of power. Some scholars believe this wasn't just symbolicit, was magical, that the dead were being protected, guarded, or maybe restrained, because Scythian cosmology was not all light. It was harsh, dualistic. The steppe was full of danger both in life and in the beyond. You needed guides. You needed warriors. You needed horsepower. And yet, we still don't have a written Scythian belief system. Everything we know comes from archaeology, from the Greeks, from fragmentary hints. We don't know what they called their gods. We don't know their funeral rites in full. We don't know why some horses were masked and others weren't. Why some were posed and others piled. Why some kurgans had 20 horses and others 120. Was it clan-based? Was it based on rank? Was there a cosmological formula? We can't say. All we know is the effect. You open a mound, and you find a gallery of horses, silent in death, still wearing the garments of a vanished worldview. It's haunting. It's beautiful. It's completely alien. And modern science keeps pulling more questions out of the dirt. CT scans of the horse's teeth show complex wear pattern simpling, training, bit use, selective feeding. Isotope analysis of their bones reveals regional variations in diet and movement. Some horses were local, others brought from hundreds of miles away. This wasn't just a burial. It was a gathering, a final mustering of the deceased equine kin, like a cavalry summoned for one last ride. Some horses show healed wound signs of a life in war. Others are pristine perhaps, ceremonial animals raised only for show. All are silent now, but in their silence, they speak of a people who lived in motion, who saw the world from horseback, who believed that to die without a horse was to vanish. And so they gave their dead not just gold, not just weapons, but companions, movement, and a kind of memory that rode into the earth with them. But here's the final twist. We're not sure where the Scythians ended. Their culture blurred, merged, shifted, became part of the Sarmatians, the Alans, The steppes swirled, but the horse burials remained. For centuries. Even as empires rose and fell, even as writing spread and cities grew and nomads were pressed to the margins, the horse still went into the grave. Until one day, it stopped. And we forgot why it had ever mattered. Now, we study the hooves, the gear, the layout. We reconstruct the rituals with tweezers and sketches, trying to remember what they never wrote down, trying to feel what they buried deep, because buried with those horses is more than a rider. It's a worldview, one where life was measured in gallops. And the afterlife? That was a ride. But as the steppes whispered prayers and hoofbeats, the workshops of the Mediterranean rang with gears. Because in the Hellenistic world, engineers were building more than war machines. They were building automata, robots. And the terrifying thing? Some of them moved. The lost knowledge of ancient Greek Hellenistic age, automatons. There's a moment in history, narrow, golden window when the line between myth and machine blurs. Not in fiction. In fact, a moment when statues spoke, birds sang, and gods poured wine not by divine will but by hydraulic pressure. When theaters featured mechanical actors, temples opened their own doors, and wealthy patrons summoned artificial servants with a flick of the wrist. That moment? The Hellenistic age. And what was left behind from it? Legends, drawings, a few rusted fragments. But the full mechanisms, the actual how, lost. Welcome to the world of the ancient automatons. The mechanical marvels of Alexandria, Rhodes, Pergamon, a civilization that flirted with robotics 2,000 years before the word existed. Let's wind it up. The key figure here is Hero of Alexandria, 1st century CE. Engineer, mathematician, magician. His surviving treatises Pneumatica, Automata, Mechanicar, filled with descriptions of machines that should not exist in their time. Devices that use steam, air pressure, siphons, and gears to create movement. Automatons. But Hero didn't invent this tech from scratch. He inherited it from the legacy of Hellenistic ingenuity, a blend of Greek rationalism, Egyptian mysticism, and Babylonian precision, all stewing in the intellectual supernova that was Alexandria. Hero describes machines like a temple door that opens when a fire is lit on the altar, using pressure differentials. A wine dispenser shaped like a statue, which pours when a cup is placed in its hand. A mechanical theater that performs a short play with moving characters, rolling scenery, and automatic sound effects. A singing bird, powered by compressed air. A sphere that spins indefinitely from a steam jet, a precursor to the Aeolipile, the world's first steam engine. This isn't Da Vinci. It's a millennium and a half earlier. And Hero wasn't a lone genius. He was documenting a tradition, one that reached back to the 3rd century BCE, when Ctesibiosa Barber turned inventor created water clocks, piston pumps, and air organs. Or Philon of Byzantium, who wrote of automatic fountains and trap mechanisms. The Hellenistic engineers were obsessed with harnessing natural forces: water, steam, air, fire. They saw no boundary between science and spectacle. In their world, an automatic bird was as much philosophy as entertainment. A moving statue was not just novelty, it was proof that nature could be tricked, replicated, manipulated, and then, as suddenly as it appeared, it disappeared. The machines vanished. The workshops fell silent. Why? No one agrees. The most common theory: their knowledge was too specialized, too niche. The machines were entertainment temple tricks, courtly diversions, not practical devices. When the political climate shifted, when Rome swallowed Greece, the funding dried up. Another theory: the knowledge became esoteric, hidden, reserved for initiates. Hellenistic mystery cults may have absorbed mechanical spectacle into ritual, severing it from its scientific roots. Still others blame simple entropy. The machines were made of bronze, wood, leather, perishable, lootable. The drawings in papyrus were fragile, burnable. Think of the Library of Alexandria. Now imagine what was inside. The descriptions we have from Hero and others are infuriatingly vague. They assume you already know the basics. There are no diagrams in the originals, no step-by-step guides. Just construct a cylinder with a valve of the known type. The known type no longer exists. It's like reading a baking recipe that begins with using the standard 4th century oven. And so we reconstruct. Modern engineers have attempted to rebuild Hero's devices. Some work, some don't. Some require tweaks. Most raise more questions. Because here's the chilling truth. Some automatons seem to have performed better than we can replicate. Take the mechanical theaters. Hero describes systems using sand weights, pulleys, and rotating drums to automate an entire narrative, play with characters entering stage left, delivering lines via air-powered sound boxes, then exiting as scenery changes behind them. That requires precise timing. Smooth transitions. Consistent torque. That's hard. Even now. But they did it. Or consider the temple doors. Hero's mechanism involved heating air in a sealed altar. As the air expanded, it pushed water into a hidden chamber, which in turn moved counterweights that opened the doors. No electricity, just thermodynamics. It worked, because they understood fluid dynamics centuries before Newton. And if Hero was writing about these machines in the 1st century CE, that means they'd already been around long enough to be considered traditional. So, how far back does this knowledge go? We don't know. Some believe these devices were common in major temples, a way to impress the faithful. You pray, a fire is lit, the god's image opens its mouth, a voice issues forth. You believe. The line between miracle and mechanism was blurred by design. And it wasn't just the Greeks. There are whispers of similar automata in ancient India, China, and the Middle East. Mechanical doves, clocks that moved, dancers powered by gears. But the Greek world appears to have been the epicenter of this brief, dazzling explosion of mechanical imagination. And then, the light went out. By the time of the late Roman Empire, Hero's works were known mostly as curiosities. The practical application faded. The texts were copied but rarely used. In the Islamic Golden Age, Arab scholars preserved and translated some of them. Al-Jazari and others took inspiration, but even they were reconstructing, not continuing. And in the West? Forgotten. Until the Renaissance. Da Vinci sketched his robots in a vacuum of memory. But the Greeks had already done it. And now, as we rediscover fragments of their machines' gears rusted into stone, descriptions buried in Byzantine codices, we realize how much we lost. Not just machines, mindsets, the willingness to play, to experiment, to ask not, what is it for, but what can it do? Automata weren't utilitarian. They were philosophical provocations, proof that the boundary between nature and artifice could be crossed, that we could build life, simulate gods, move without touching. And that's why their loss stings. Because in the rusted joints of a Hellenistic automaton lies a road not taken, a technological revolution that never happened, a world where gears spun not in darkness, but in sunlight, where machines were not slaves, but spectacles. And now, we're left with echoes, Hero's texts, Pliny's asides, the occasional archaeological find. But the full machines? Gone, vanished, as if they had walked away. And as modern robotics stumbles toward life, the ancients mock us gently from behind the curtain. They did it first, with steam. with gears, with guts and wonder. But now, shift your gaze from the delicate mechanisms of the automaton to the cold, sharp edges of the Roman surgeon's table. Because the empire didn't just play with toys, it cut open bodies. And the tools it used still shine with mystery. The Roman medical instruments, sterilization practices. If you walked into a Roman military hospital 2,000 years ago, say, in the borderlands of Gaul, or the windswept outposts of Britannia, you might be surprised at how familiar it feels. Not comfortable, not clean, but familiar. Beds in rows, men groaning, orderlies moving with brisk efficiency. And somewhere, in a shadowed alcove lit by olive oil lamps, a tray of tools, scalpels, forceps, bone drills, catheters, specula, surgical instruments, made of bronze, of iron, some of them even with swiveling hinges, interchangeable blades, and locking mechanisms. They look like they belong in a modern hospital, until you remember the smell, and the flies, and the one overwhelming question, how did they clean these? Because these weren't symbolic tools, they weren't decorations. The Romans used them extensively. They operated on eyes, on bones, on bowels. They lanced abscesses, treated hernias, performed amputations, cauterized wounds, trepanned skulls, delivered babies, removed bladder stones the size of small apples. They had obstetric hooks and vaginal speculums, tools for dentistry, tools for battlefield trauma. This wasn't superstition. It was science. Or at least, science's rough ancestor. So, what about sterilization? That's the mystery. Because we know the Romans were meticulous in many ways. They understood architecture, logistics, water supply, sanitation. Their public baths are marvels of cleanliness and scale. Their aqueducts brought water across entire empires. Their sewers still function. But when it comes to their surgical hygiene, we hit a wall. There are no Roman texts that lay out a full protocol for sterilizing medical tools. No boil your scalpel for 5 minutes guide. No mention of alcohol wipes. And yet surgeons operated daily. How? Let's start with what we do know. Roman surgical kits discovered in sites like Pompeii, Herculaneum, and various military forts often contain tools made from copper alloys, such as bronze. Why is that important? Because copper has natural antimicrobial properties. Even today, hospitals experiment with copper surfaces to reduce infection. So, is it possible the Romans knew this? Maybe not the germ theory, but perhaps empirically, through observation. They may have noticed that bronze tools caused fewer infections than iron ones. They may have preferred them for that reason. But there's no direct statement of it. Then there's heat. Fire was everywhere in Roman medicine. They used it to cauterize, to seal wounds, to stop bleeding. Heated irons, hot knives, coals. Could they have also used it to clean tools? It's likely. Some sources mention heating instruments before or after use. Not explicitly for sterilization, remember. They didn't know about bacteria, but perhaps as a way to cleanse or purify. In some medical texts, there's mention of washing tools in hot water, oil, or wine. Wine? Yes. Roman medicine loved wine. It was used as an antiseptic wash, a wound dressing, a vehicle for herbal compounds. Wine contains alcohol by modern standards, but still mildly antimicrobial. So, a possible protocol might have looked like: wash tool in hot water, wipe with wine, heat over flame, use. Not modern sterilization, but not nothing. And in some contexts, probably enough to reduce infection rates in superficial procedures. But for invasive surgeries, things get murkier. We don't know if they wore gloves. Probably not. We don't know how often they washed their hands, maybe occasionally. We don't know if they cleaned between patients, no evidence. And that raises the possibility. Maybe many Roman surgeries ended in infection. And death. Maybe the mortality rate was horrific, but not always. In military contexts, Roman field medicine was shockingly effective. They had valetudinaria field hospitals with dedicated wards, staff, records. Some soldiers returned to duty after major operations, which means something was working. Perhaps it was the environmentless exposure to city pathogens. Perhaps it was the use of herbal compounds, many with real antibiotic properties, like garlic, honey, and moldy bread. Or maybe it was sheer procedural efficiency. Get in, get out, cauterize, bind, minimize exposure. Still, some of their tools are suspiciously advanced. The vaginal speculum, for instance, is almost identical to modern versions. The bone drill used to treat fractures was designed to limit penetration depth so it wouldn't hit soft tissue. The double-bladed scalpel was engineered for smooth incisions in different directions. These weren't primitive. These were refined. Which brings us back to the question, could they really build tools this sophisticated and not know how to clean them? Or was the knowledge just not written down? Roman medical texts come from elite physicians, Galen, Celsus, Scribonius Largisman, who often wrote more for prestige than for instruction. They focused on theory, on humors, on balance. Not logistics. The actual techniques, the day-to-day routines of the field medic or the temple healer were probably oral, taught through apprenticeship, passed down, and lost. So maybe they did clean their tools. Maybe they had whole rituals for it. Maybe those rituals were stupid. Maybe they were brilliant. We don't know. But here's the deeper mystery. Why did they stop? Why did this level of medical tooling vanish after the fall of Rome? Because it did. For nearly 1,000 years, Europe's medical instruments were crude, limited, dull. Only in the Islamic world did some of these techniques survive, preserved, improved, built upon. Europe had to relearn it all. How to cut, how to clean, how to make a blade that won't shatter in bone. The Roman surgical set went into the ground, and no one dug it up for a millennium. Now we have it again, in museum glass, laid out neatly, silent, but sharp. And somewhere, in that silence, is the ghost of a medic, tired, efficient, reaching for the bone lever, wiping it with wine, not knowing why it works, but knowing that it does. And speaking of ghosts, what if the tools weren't for people? What if the exorcist had tools too? Because in the heart of Sumeria, beneath the cuneiform clay and the priestly chants, there are demons, named, catalogued, and exorcised. But how? That part, still shrouded. The ancient Sumerian, Udug Hul, demons and exorcism. In the cradle of civilization where the Tigris meets the Euphrates, and writing first carved thought into clay there was a shadow. It had a name. Or rather, many. Udug. The Sumerians didn't just fear demons. They knew them, cataloged them, classified them, and they wrote long, terrifying lists of their attributes, their powers, and most critically, how to drive them out. These lists became the Udughul Texa name that roughly translates to evil demons. What are they? Tablets. Dozens of them, spanning centuries. Each one filled with invocations, incantations, ritual instructions, offerings, and aggressive spiritual logistics aimed at identifying, appeasing, binding, or outright annihilating demonic entities. But here's the mystery. We don't know what these demons actually were. Not fully. Not even close. We have their names. We have their symptoms. But the structure, the metaphysics, the cosmology, the hierarchy of evil in the Sumerian mind, still veiled in the desert's dust. Let's dig in. The Udug Hul corpus is one of the oldest collections of magical and religious literature on Earth. It originates in Sumer, later compiled and adapted by the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. The earliest layers date back to the 3rd dynasty of Ur around 2100 BCE. That's over 4,000 years ago. And the demons described in those texts? Still terrifying. These weren't cartoon villains. These were forces of chaos, ambiguity, disease, madness, despair. And they were specific. Some were known by individual names. Others were identified only by symptoms. A demon that binds the tongue. A demon that consumes the liver. A demon that causes a man to speak to himself in the night. Each one required its own ritual, its own chant, its own exorcist. Let's pause here. The Sumerians had a job title for this: Ashipu, the exorcist. This wasn't a fringe role. The Ashipu was a high-functioning, temple-trained, highly respected professional, half priest, half magician, all business. His toolkit? Not crosses or holy water, but clay figurines, copper amulets, beads strung in 3s and 7s, bowls of purified water, bundles of reeds, incense, and words. Thousands and thousands of words. Chanted, whispered, screamed. The Udughul texts weren't bedtime stories. They were working manuals, grimoires, written in cuneiform. One tablet might read, "If a man's limbs tremble, and he cannot speak clearly, and he dreams of shadows, then the evil Udug has entered him. Take a white goat, burn incense of cedar, recite the incantation 77 times. Simple? Number? Effective? Possibly. But do we understand how? Not at all. Here's the strangeness. These texts weren't about faith in a deity's mercy. They weren't prayers in the modern sense. They were negotiations, contracts, sometimes threats. The Ashipu didn't beg the demon to leave. He ordered it, or tricked it, or bribed it with offerings of food and smoke and oil, while simultaneously invoking higher spiritual authorities as leverage. It was a court case, a duel, sometimes a heist. And yet, for all their precision, the Udughul texts remain maddeningly incomplete. They reference rituals we can't reconstruct, ingredients we can't identify, chants that are missing lines, symbols that might be metaphors or spell components. The demons themselves are even more elusive. Were they personifications of disease? Psychological afflictions? Elemental forces? The Sumerians didn't say. Not because they didn't know, but because they assumed you already did. The texts were for the initiated, for those who'd studied under masters. You weren't supposed to understand this without years of training, and we haven't had an Ashipu in 2 millennia. So we guess, we translate, we reconstruct. Take the incantation, known as Udughul Incantation 2, sometimes translated as, "O evil demon, you shall not pass." A typical line reads, "O Udug of the desert wind, who seizes the throat of the sleeper, be gone, by the fire of Gibil, by the command of Enki, by the name of Marduk, depart." This isn't poetic metaphor. It's tactical, spiritual warfare. Note the specificity. The demon attacks at night. It seizes the throat, possibly a reference to sleep paralysis or choking illnesses. The exorcist invokes 3 forces: Gibil, god of fire, Enki, god of wisdom and water, and Marduk, chief deity in the later pantheon. Each invocation isn't just divine name, dropping its leverage. Leave, or we escalate. And it wasn't just individuals who were targeted. Demons attacked houses, cities, armies. There are udughul rituals for purifying homes, clearing thresholds, protecting infants. One incantation was buried under doorways to prevent demonic entry. Another was painted in red ochre above cradles. Some were sung, others whispered. Some required animal sacrifice, others only a handful of flour and a clean reed mat. And while some demons were evil, not all were. In fact, some udug were benevolent. The distinction was blurry. There are texts where a good udug is summoned to banish an evil udug. Duality wasn't rigid. Morality was mutable. A being could be both protector and punisher, depending on context, ritual, and wording. It was legalism. Cosmic bureaucracy. You didn't pray for mercy. You filed the right paperwork. This is what makes the udughul texts so chilling. They aren't cries in the dark. They are instructions. Filed, indexed, replicated across cities and centuries. A vast, ancient manual for unseen threats. And we still don't know where half the pages go. Because the texts are fragmented. Many were found shattered. Some are burned. Others only survive as copies made centuries later, by scribes who didn't fully understand them either. They contain references to rituals that no longer exist, to plants we can't identify, to demons whose names are unique found nowhere else in Mesopotamian literature. Was this a living tradition? Or the fossil of something older? Was the udughul system a descendant of even earlier shamanic practices? Or the institutionalization of folk belief? Or both? We don't know. But we know this. It mattered. The tablets were kept in temples, copied by scribes, indexed in libraries, carried across borders. And some even survived into the Assyrian Empire, retranslated, refined, reinvoked. The demons changed names, but they didn't leave. And that's the final unease. Because when you read the udughul texts, something stirs. They describe symptoms we recognize. Fever, hallucination, mania, depression, stroke, sleep paralysis, night terrors, the crawling dread of not being alone. And their answer? A ritual, a name, a chant. So we ask again, were these demons? Or diagnoses? Was the exorcist a priest? Or the closest thing the Sumerians had to a psychiatrist? And if so, how did they know what they knew? Because the rituals, though bizarre, sometimes worked. People got better, or believed they had, or were calmed by the rhythm of the incantation, the smoke of the fire, the scent of burning cedar, the voice of the exorcist in the dark. Is that medicine? Is that magic? Or is the difference just time? One thing is clear. They wrote it down. All of it. In clay. In cuneiform. And they meant it to last. Now, the words are dust. The demons are names. And the chants are questions. But as the clay cools on the Sumerian tablet, another mystery begins to ferment quietly. In the amphorae of Roman villas, in the sun-drenched hills of Italy, where wine was more than drink. It was alchemy. And the recipes? Still missing. The lost knowledge of Roman wine production, specific flavors. Wine is memory. That's true in modern vineyards, where terroir whispers secrets through the grape, and it was just as true 2,000 years ago when the Roman Empire drank its history by the amphora. But here's the catch. They drank flavors we can't even imagine. Because Roman winereal Roman wine wasn't just fermented grape juice. It was a potion, a spice rack, a storage experiment, a maritime gamble, a ritual. And while we know how much they drank a lot and what they stored it in amphorae, barrels, leather sacks, we still don't know exactly how they flavored it. Because Roman wine wasn't one thing, It was everything. Sweet, bitter, salty, spiced, smoked, thick as syrup, thin as vinegar, made from black grapes, white grapes, green grapes, dried grapes, boiled must, honey, herbs, resin, ash, and the precise recipes? Gone. Completely. Let's start with what we do know. Roman authors Pliny the Elder, Columella, Cato the Elder, and a few others wrote down pieces of the process. Columella talks about the vineyard. Pliny brags about Falernian, the finest wine of the empire. Cato gives instructions for making defrutuma boiled, reduced grape must use to sweeten and preserve wine. But when it comes to how they achieved specific flavors, silence. Let's break down the mystery. First, the ingredients. Roman wine was routinely flavored with dozens of additives, most of them bizarre by modern standards. Salt water. Yes, salt water. The Romans sometimes added brine to their wine to smooth the taste and preserve it during shipping. Amphorae of wine were dropped into the sea for weeks to mellow the flavora process called marriaging, quite literally ocean aging. We don't know the exact chemical changes that process triggered. We only know they did it. Then there's smoke. Some wines were deliberately smoked by storing them near furnaces or in smoky rooms. Others were sealed in resin-coated vessels, which imparted a piney flavor. This is the ancestor of Retsina, the Greek wine that still carries a punch of ancient bitterness. The Romans didn't stop there. They infused wine with herbs. Lovage, rue, rosemary, thyme, with spices, cinnamon, pepper, saffron, with tree bark, with resin, with pitch, with flowers, with roots, with chalk, with charcoal. All of these ingredients are mentioned in ancient texts. But how much? What proportions? When in the fermentation process were they added? How long were they aged? Filtered? Blended? We don't know. And here's where it gets weirder. Roman wine wasn't just for the elite. It came in grades, from the finest vintage aged for decades in sealed amphorae, to the bottom of the barrel vinegar wine served to soldiers and slave spaska, a sour concoction of watered-down wine and herbs used more as hydration than indulgence. Every class drank, but they drank differently. And we have no complete formula for any of it. Just vague references, hazy descriptions. The rare amphora inscription, Falernian, 2 years, sweetened. But sweetened how? With honey? With figs? With lead? Yes, lead. One of the more alarming Roman flavor enhancers was sapa, a grape reduction boiled in lead-lined pots. The result? A dangerously sweet syrup laced with lead acetate known to modern science as sugar of lead. It tasted like candy. It was toxic. And it was everywhere. This wasn't accidental. It was culinary. An engineered flavor. Some historians argue that widespread lead consumption from wine contributed to the cognitive decline of the Roman aristocracy. Others say that's an exaggeration. Either way, we can't taste what they tasted. We can only theorize. And the wines they adored? They're extinct. The grape varietals Amanian, Nomentan, Apiandin exist anymore in their original forms. Some have been grafted, mutated, lost. The terroir has changed. The climate has shifted. The soils are different. Even if we planted an ancient vineyard today using the best guesses from ancient manuals, we wouldn't get the same wine. Because we don't have the full process. We don't have the microbial cultures. We don't have the yeast. And wine is yeast. Yeast is half the flavor. So without their strains, we are chasing ghosts. Modern reconstructions exist. Experimental vintners and archaeologists have tried to replicate Roman wines using surviving recipes and methods. The results? Strange. Some say delicious. Others say revolting. But none can claim to be definitive, because the most important part, the taste memory, is gone. Romans didn't write tasting notes like we do. They didn't say hints of cherry and tobacco. They said strong, aged, suitable for long voyages, liked by Augustus. That's not helpful. And yet, we know they cared deeply. Pliny the Elder lists dozens of vineyards, noting which hillsides produced the best vintages. Columella insists that barrels made of different woods impart different flavors. Cato advises mixing defrutum in exact proportions depending on the season. They were paying attention. They were tuning their palates. But they weren't writing cookbooks. So we're left with fragments, shards of amphorae, notes on fermentation in passing, a reference to myrtle wine with no recipe, and the fact that, when Pompeii froze in ash, hundreds of wine vessels were sealed mid-use. We can still find them today, some with trace residues, even DNA from grapes. That's the future. Archaeogenetics, chemical analysis, trying to reverse engineer the ancient bouquet. But even that hits walls. Because wine isn't just chemistry. It's culture. It's context. The wine of a Roman banquet tasted different not just because of ingredients, but because of expectation. Because of atmosphere. Because of ritual. Roman banquets were performances. The wine came in courses, watered down for some, strong for others. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, sometimes filtered through cloth soaked in herbs, sometimes stirred with perfumed rods. Each technique altered the flavor. Each host had his signature. And the wine was only part of the experience. Laughter, music, politics, gladiator gossip. You didn't just drink wine. You participated in it. And that's what we've really lost. Not the recipe, but the reason, the why, the social machine behind the fermenting vat, the memory of taste shared between sips, the story told by a vintner pouring his father's blend. That's what the amphorae don't tell us. What the wine meant, what it felt like. And now we chase it. With vineyards on ancient soil, with clay pots buried in the ground, with lab tests and AI reconstructions, trying to catch a flavor that once filled an empire. But the grapes are different. The pots are broken. The recipe, whispered between generations, was never written down. And so, every glass raised to the Roman past is a guess, a tribute, a toast to the vanished. And yet, while the wine soured, far away in the misty fields of Neolithic Europe, another kind of memory was being buried. Not in amphorae, but in hills of earth, miles long, built by hand, and we still don't know how. The prehistoric, Neolithic long barrows, construction techniques. Before the wheel, before the pyramid, before metal, there were long barrows, massive earthen tombs, stretching hundreds of feet across the landscape like the backs of sleeping giants, silent, ancient, and utterly mysterious. They are older than Stonehenge, older than writing, some older than agriculture itself in certain regions. Built during the Neolithic period, roughly 4000 to 3000 BCE in parts of Europes, megalithic structures served as communal burial sites, ritual spaces, and possibly territorial markers. They are among the earliest large-scale human constructions known to us. And yet, we still don't know exactly how they were made. We don't know what they meant to the people who built them. And most perplexingly, we don't understand how, without metal tools or wheels, Neolithic people managed to shape, move, and stack such staggering quantities of earth, stone, and timber with the kind of precision and scale that these barrows still reveal today. Let's walk through the enigma. Imagine a windswept ridge in what is now southern England. The year is 3650 BCE. A group of people fewer in number than the average modern elementary school are preparing to construct something monumental. Not a house, not a fortress, but a tomb. They've already selected the site. High ground, visibility in every direction, likely chosen for reasons both symbolic and practical. The location may have been sacred for generations. Or perhaps it marked a boundary, a cosmic axis, or simply a place where the dead could see the living. The first step, shaping the land. Using deer antlers as picks and shoulder blades of cattle as shovels, these people begin to dig. They scrape soil into baskets. They lift it by hand. We estimate that some long barrows like West Kennet in Wiltshire contain more than 15,000 tons of chalk and earth. That's hundreds of thousands of man-hours. No draft animals. No pulleys. Just bone tools and raw effort. And yet the shape is consistent. A trapezoidal mound. Narrow at one end, wide at the other. Longer than a football field. Sometimes with stone facades, sometimes with timber chambers, often aligned with astronomical marker solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of particular stars. This isn't random. It's planned, measured, which brings us to the mystery of surveying. How did they keep the structure straight? Some barrows are so symmetrical that even modern measurements struggle to find irregularities. But they didn't have rulers, no theodolites, no written numbers. They used rope? Maybe. They used pacing? Perhaps. But at this scale, over uneven ground, maintaining symmetry without tools is an astonishing feat, especially considering that many long barrows contain internal chambers built from multi-ton slabs of stone. That's right. Inside, some of these mounds are passage tombs, narrow corridors leading to burial chambers constructed with upright megaliths and capped with horizontal lintels. These aren't loose piles of stone. They are engineered spaces. Vaults. Some are waterproof. Some still stand, unmoved, after 5,000 years of frost and rain and war. Which begs the question, how did they move the stones? The heaviest may weigh several tons. Were they dragged? Rolled? Floated? Theories abound. But without roads, wheels, or beasts of burden, even the most conservative logistics are staggering. Some scholars propose that wooden sledges were used over greased log tracks. Others suggest that stones were dragged on wet clay. Still others argue that people used raw manpower, hundreds of individuals hauling ropes, singing to keep time, pushing together. We don't know. There are no depictions, no instructions, just the stones themselves in place. And above them, tons of soil, chalk, rubble, and turf, all packed, layer by layer, to form the mound. That alone would be a Herculean task. But it's not the only mystery. Because these barrows weren't just built once, they were modified, reopened, expanded, reused across centuries. Some show evidence of being revisited generations after their initial construction bones removed, rearranged, replaced. Others were ritually sealed, only to be disturbed again later. This implies memory, continuity, that these weren't just tombs. They were archives of family, of story, of place. And the bones inside? Rarely whole bodies. Instead, disarticulated remains. Skulls stacked together. Long bones arranged side by side. A femur here. A cranium there. This wasn't careless. It was ritual. People were defleshed before burial. Laid out to decay perhaps in open-air excarnation sites, where birds and insects cleaned the flesh before the bones were collected and entombed. It's eerie and organized, but we still don't know how the communities decided who was buried there. Was it everyone? Only leaders? Warriors? Shamans? No written records survive, and DNA analysis is only beginning to scratch the surface. Some barrows contain individuals of the same family line. Others are mixed. Some have evidence of violent deaths. Others show peaceful ends. We don't know the criteria, but we do know this. The construction was deliberate. The scale was immense, and the result was meant to last. Even now, long barrows dominate the landscape. They sit like scars on the earth, visible from miles away. A Neolithic billboard. We were here. We matter. Remember us. And yet, for all their grandeur, they disappeared. By the Bronze Age, the tradition fades. People began to build round barrows instead. Individual graves, smaller, more personal. The age of the communal tomb was over. Why? Climate change? Social upheaval? A shift in belief? No one knows. But the long barrows were left behind, covered in grass, forgotten, until archaeologists rediscovered them and began to dig. And what they found confused them. There's no uniform pattern. Some long barrows point east, others west. Some are packed with bodies. Others are nearly empty. Some have central chambers. Others have none. They're not copies of each other. They're unique, personal, like stone poems in a forgotten language. We've tried to interpret them. Some say they mimic the human body mounds shaped like ribs and spines. Others say they echo the shape of boat ships for the soul's journey to the afterlife. Still others argue they were theaters of ritual, a place where the living could commune with the dead, or mark the change of seasons, or perform rites we can't begin to reconstruct. All we have are bones, and stone, and earth moved by hands we can no longer name. But one thing is certain. These barrows were not crude. They were monumental architecture, built without blueprints, without rulers, without machines, just knowledge. Inherited, spoken, remembered, and now, forgotten. We can measure them. We can map them. But we can't build them again, not without machines. And that's the quiet horror. People we call primitive did something we can't replicate without cranes. They carved memory into earth. And we've lost the instructions. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the barrows weren't just tombs. Maybe they were messages, not meant to be read, but felt. The weight of time, the cost of forgetting, the shape of mystery buried in soil. And as we stand atop these ancient mounds, wind in our ears, staring out across a landscape shaped by ghosts, we feel it, the itch of the unanswered, the pull of the forgotten, the buried silence of things we once knew. And next, we circle back to the beginning, because buried deep in the heart of Gordian, capital of ancient Phrygia, are hills that aren't hills. They're graves, massive, artificial, layered with ritual. And inside them, a king, maybe, but definitely a mystery.